Cost that for as much as people were like downplaying it and saying that it wasn't good, and the whole chaos thing was like, no, it ended up being a really good game.
Endgame is pretty dope too. I was watching videos on Endgame. People were actually loving Endgame too.
Yeah, for Strangers in Paradise, I've looked at that game several times. I think it has multiplayer. A couple multiplayer.
It does. Yeah, no, that's no, it's got multiplayer. It's got Endgame. I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah, but every time that I look at it, I go back and I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure this game would be like $8. You know, like to get the complete edition, it's like $60.
Yeah, it's on Steam right now for $21, something like that total.
Shout out to the Steam sales, man. There's been some good deals.
I didn't need any more Game Steel, but I bought more Game Steel.
Did you?
Oh, of course. Bro,
I didn't buy anything yet. I didn't buy.
I have an addictive personality. Okay, like straight up, I have an addictive personality. Right. So
the fact that you can admit that is fair.
Oh hell, bro. I mean, I'd rather have an addiction to seeing a good deal, at least in my mind, a good deal, and going, I can't pass up on that, and I'll just throw it into the, backlog or the library as is and whatever. Like, I have that in me. Now I can hold myself to a certain standard, but again, I've had some good run at work here lately. So I've had a little bit of extra, not a ton because I got big plans, but I have a little extra. And I always go, you can reward yourself a little bit, just a little bit. Go ahead. I talk myself into shit all the damn time. So whatever. But yeah, I have picked up some stuff. So old shit too.
No, 100%. Nixie, why did you add dots at the end of your name? That's very interesting. I know it's your account. I was going to say, is that really him? I know it's your account because you're still modded. But I find that really weird. He also says, love to see that casual gamers even smelling that MSBS marketing message. Love to see it. What BS marketing message? You mean everything's Xbox? Everything is an Xbox. The PlayStation you have and the Xbox that you have, they're PCs. This is like what do we mean?
What's the matter? BS fails. Their BS fails. If people want to buy into the BS and invest in Microsoft, Xbox, cool. What does it matter? It's not going to change anything. Like I've always said all along, it doesn't change.
I just wanted a little bit of clarity there.
I'm just saying,
depending on what angle you're coming from.
I just don't know why people are so upset. Again, you all that are very clear about.
I missed it. What are people upset about? What do you mean? I thought that happened like 2 weeks ago.
No, because it started rolling. Well, it's because Destin and others have now started with the, we can play PlayStation games on Xbox consoles. So now the war is yet again, that's not a console, that's a PC handheld. What are we doing? So
okay.
It's just nonsense like that continues, and of course, then Nixie's also probably I won't assume what Nixie's thinking, but he's obviously just talking in general still that Xbox is promoting this idea that everything is an Xbox and that's what they're going for moving forward, and that is okay, and that is their platform. Again, to me, okay,
not wrong.
Again, let them try.
Windows has
let
been,
them try. It brings more benefit to me
for a while.
Right. I don't care.
I mean, like Bolt says, it is semantics at this point. Yeah. I get why people feel the way that they do because it's not the traditional console experience. But again, I mean, Xbox has always used Windows as PC, so it's like, I get it.
The other side, the console war's over.
Oh yeah.
Again, for people who have taken their victory lap here. Which, again, rightfully so. Go ahead. If you were part of the console war and you were all about PlayStation, you called out Microsoft and said it was all lies and all this shit was going to happen. Hey, again, I've said all along, take your freaking victory lap. But for people who won, quote unquote, won the console war here, you sure all do still get riled up about Xbox fanboys pushing your buttons over this new initiative from Microsoft. Like, why does it matter at this point? If you guys believe that you guys won the console war and Xbox is just a full third-party publisher and that's all they are, why do you care what the fanboys say at all? Like at this point, what are you worried about? What pushes your buttons because they claim that they're playing PlayStation games on Xbox consoles now, and you go, that's not a console? That's going to get you upset enough to start writing yet again three pages on X about
it's the
why
traditionalist
this is not
mindset.
A console?
It's the traditionalist mindset.
Yeah, I know, but like I'm just saying in general, Steele, at this point, if you are in the console war and you're all about that console war, you've been all about that console war for years now, Steele, and it's been PlayStation versus Xbox.
Yeah, I get you.
And you're a PlayStation fan. Mm-hmm. It's over. It's over.
Yeah.
It's been over. This is like getting upset at people who have lost the championship game, right? That's what everybody points to as sports analogies all the damn time in this industry. So the losing team is now running around claiming we actually won, and you guys are getting upset about it as your team holds the trophy.
I don't think they're doing and they didn't do that either.
Who cares?
The losing, as far as the console war goes, the losing team came out and admitted they lost the worst generation.
Well, the actual company
to lose.
The actual company did. But I'm just talking about the fanboys. The fanboys just keep it rolling, right? Oh, we're playing PlayStation games on Xbox consoles. It's over now. Like, bro, why does that? Bro,
I mean, of course, people are always going to change. They're going to change their angles, right? It's going to change their angles.
I think it's fun.
Just like the whole big three kind of conversation in basketball and stuff like that. People are going to change the conversation however they need to. Like back in the day, again in '90s ball, that would have been frowned upon. Why are y'all getting all these stars together to try to win this cup or try to win? Like, nah, that's not what we're doing. And Nixie says, Yep, the messaging is getting called out about damn time. Yeah, I feel like at Live a Split Screen, we constantly been hammering at the messaging. We have admitted, and even I have come to said, hey, things are obviously different. I even thought that they were going to have more of that exclusivity play, but I've also been consistent from the beginning since I've stepped into the community that I want more gamers to experience games. Point blank period. I've been said when I was playing Gears in 06, I was like, damn, I want more people to play. When I heard somebody had a PlayStation and they couldn't have access to Gears, it was, having a wall there that you had to buy an entire console. Again, coming from the perspective of being a teen, not really having bread like that, you got what you got, and not being able to play with your friends, or not having crossplay, or not having this, especially like certain games that were multi-platform, like a Call of Duty. You know what I mean? It was just like certain things to me. The games are always going to matter more than anything. And more people having access, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. And if anybody wants to continue any business, PlayStation, Nintendo, they want to continue doing things the way that they have every right to do that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody is saying, I find it weird when people make it seem like that's what those companies need to do. I would like to see them go that way because selfishly as a gamer, again, I want to be able to play those games, right? I want to play Bayonetta 3 on PC or on an Xbox or, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit, give it to PlayStation, at least something. You know what I mean? Like, I would like to see that because I like that game. I was thinking about that after I beat Stellar Blade this week. I was like, damn, man, I would really like to go through Bayonetta now, kind of. It gave me that kind of feeling. I was like, oh, man, there's another cool, dope female protagonist that I want to play as. And for me to play those games, I got to play them through emulation or I have to get the console. And it's like, I'm not trying to play it on that. I don't think that's not worth it to me. So I wish I just had access. I want to throw my money at you. But hey, it is what it is. J-Ram did mention in chat, he said, is my PC that I own 0 Xbox games and 2 PlayStation games in Xbox. J-Ram, if that is 100% factual, that you have no Microsoft games. No, you have no Microsoft games. And you have 2 PlayStation games, Sony games on your PC. That's what's up, man. But technically speaking, according to Microsoft, yeah, that's an Xbox still.
Because anytime you can fire it up. Anytime you can fire it up.
And if you're running Windows, it's an Xbox. Like you see what Microsoft is doing here. Like I'm not being infallible to the tricks that they're doing and how they're changing the narrative. But that's also something that they said they were going to do. Hey, we obviously couldn't win at playing this traditional game, so we're gonna play a different game. And see how that works for us. Because we're in gaming business. We're still going to do all these things. We can. We can get into it a little bit. We'll definitely get into it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think Pong wants people to be upset. I think that goes into the gray side of things where it's like, I think you can be upset and critical at the same time. Like you don't have to be one or the other. People can feel a way. They can be frustrated that their favorite piece of plastic is doing something outside of the norm. Now, I think that's weird to me. No, but that's neither here or there. I understand it, but it just doesn't do anything for me. So that's that. Nixie says, 2025 logic. I don't like the Big Mac because of the secret sauce is bad. Connor, why are you getting riled up over a Big Mac? People do that in all spaces though, bro. Like it's nothing new. Brett Bingham, he said, Pong, we already knew Xbox and Microsoft were going to go this way in due time. Ponies were just too slow or stupid to pick up on it. I mean, again, but like Pong has mentioned and like other people have mentioned, it is very fair to point out the messaging did change. Things are different after ABK because when they got ZeniMax, things were consistent still.
I've said it all along. They pulled the rug on the fans. They did. There's no question. So, and I still got problems with how they're handling things. Like that's the funny part. The update to Hellblade 2.
Oh yeah, we can definitely talk.
That's bullshit. Like how they're handling things. Like again, I just think it's wrong. I think it's wrong for the fan base that did support you through thick and thin. A lot of the shit that they did and how they decided to go about doing it. Again, they don't care.
I don't agree. But
business don't care. Again, Steel, I think you would if it was something that honestly did bother you or affect you. If you were sold one product at the beginning, and within a matter of years, they switched that and changed it completely around. Now, again, with video games, you have a different perspective.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't bother you. But if there was a product that you invested into that they did that to, that no longer was what they sold you, you probably would have some problems. And I that's why I've always sided with the people who do want to be critical and do.
But if the product is becoming more,
but it's not in some people's eyes, and that's the part that you have to take yourself out of your perspective. To some people, it's not becoming more. Right?
I do take my, but that's the crazy thing to me is I am taking. I mean, that's the whole point. I'd say the whole RTS view.
But you don't though, because you won't say that exclusives still matter.
They don't.
So but they do to certain people still. People, it comes down to the fact, okay, let's put it this way. There are people that need validation still. And you could say, well, you need to grow up, you need to do this, you need to do that.
Yeah. Go find validation in real life.
But you have to understand those people. That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Right. So
I do understand.
That's what I'm saying.
But I can still say that I can still say that doesn't make sense though. Because I mean, if this is where you're finding purpose at, then I mean, great.
But it does make sense it does make sense if you understand those people. If you understand that there are people who need validation for their whatever it is.
But those are the same people who don't want gaming to grow. You are blatantly stating that you don't want gaming to grow.
That's not true. That's not true.
It is, because if the console space is capped out at 300 million people, and the only space by numbers, this is with factual numbers. This is not emotions or feelings or anything else. With outside of feelings and emotions, if the console space has proven to be capped out, PlayStation is not going to. PlayStation and Nintendo still are not selling outside of the supposed, and again the supposed 300 million or whatever. PC saw the majority growth by number. That is factual information. So if that is what is happening, then people are saying that, hey, I would rather not people have PC. I would rather not have the PC growth. I would have rather just kept everything for the same 300 million people.
Sure.
Which that doesn't make sense. Then you don't want the industry to grow. But that doesn't make sense.
The industry grew the entire time there was exclusivity.
You can't, but if over the last 30 years you're still capped out for the same amount, then it doesn't matter.
Only one sector has been capped. Mobile and PC have been growing. And cloud is now growing as well.
And mobile and PC have been delivering games to each other.
So if you're a console only player, why the fuck do you care about anybody outside the console?
Because you care about gaming?
Gaming's been doing just fine. It's been growing nonstop. Became the #1 entertainment industry in the world with exclusives.
Because you want more people to support the titles that you like, the titles that you love. If that's a potentiality,
it worked for 40 years.
But as we've discussed before, there's obviously something broken that's internal, which is not going to get changed unless you open it up.
Yes, it is. But it is going to get changed. They don't want to change what they're doing still. That's why they're trying to go find more consumers. But the PC market, there's plenty of games that are PC only, right, Steel?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Are they selling tons more than console exclusives sell? No. In fact, a lot of the PC games, because there's so many PC only games, don't sell anywhere near what console exclusives are selling. And yet they still survive. They keep putting out more games on PC only. Again, the publishers and devs don't want to give up what they've been doing, bloated, broken timelines, huge, obviously, salaries, huge amounts of money put towards their game. They don't want to give that up. Of course not. So they say, we need more people. But technically speaking, still, they could contract and go back to the way gaming used to be made in a lot of ways. Now, everything's going to cost a little bit more, but they could certainly make games and survive on the capped console space if they needed to, for sure.
Now, if it's still less than 5% of people that are buying these games on a month-to-month basis.
Less than 5% of people buy these games on PC. A lot less, considering the PC
But if you can combine markets, you're just reaching out. You're reaching more people.
I understand the math, but what I'm talking about is how people on console only feel. They don't give a shit about that. That's what I'm saying. They don't give a shit about the other people.
You have a console to play games.
They never had to care about the other people for any generation, Steel. Ever. Ever. Never had to think about PC players. Ever. Never had to think about mobile players. Ever. For generations. So why would that start now?
I'm not saying they don't have to care, but if you're getting more content.
Other than the one the company might...
Again, you haven't lost anything if you're a console-only player. That's why it doesn't make sense. You haven't lost anything. You've gained.
But also understand, there are a ton of people who don't care about other content. They don't care about more games. They would go back to the days where we got 4 exclusives a year. They only play those exclusive first-party titles. They don't give a shit about the rest of the industry. There is a big amount of people who do that. There's a big amount of people who just play Call of Duty and Madden, could care less about any first party. But there's also a sector of the enthusiasts who only want to play first party exclusive games on their machine. And that's all they buy. And they don't buy anything else. Maybe they'll buy a third party exclusive like Stellar Blade because it's exclusive, right? But there are a big sector of gamers that do that. So they don't give a shit about the rest. Oh, I get more now. Just why Game Pass never took off the way that Microsoft thought it was going to, even though I thought it was going to. People just don't game like that. The vast majority. There's plenty of us that do, but the vast majority don't see value in that still. They want the 1, 2, 3 games that are just maxing out the console and that are just the brightest and biggest. Look at how they're talking about Death Stranding 2 right now, Steel. They're talking about Death Stranding 2 as if it is a PlayStation game. We had that argument this week going on too. People actually going out of their way to say, oh, XDev helped them, so this is a PlayStation first-party game. As if Kojima and his team didn't do the massive amount of heavy lifting. But no, because XDev came out and said we helped Kojima, of course they did. This is a Decima engine. Of course they help him.
Yeah. I mean,
now it's a PlayStation first-party game. So now all the conversation is, oh, when PlayStation, go through the comments of Death Stranding, when PlayStation releases an exclusive, man, it's a banger.
The game could have released everywhere. It would have been the same thing.
Right. But obviously, because Death Stranding 1 released everywhere and it's the same game, right? But I'm just saying mentally wise, Steel, there's a group of people who feel that way. And that's why this conversation we're having right now is even happening, because there is a portion of people on both sides, on all sides.
Yeah, I get that.
Look at the Nintendo fans. Look at the Nintendo fans dying, throwing themselves in front of every single bullet for Nintendo right now for the Switch 2. It's sick. I've talked about this forever. Nintendo drones are some of the fucking worst ever. They don't give two shit. Bro, they will sacrifice blood. If Nintendo asked them for blood because they said it was going to make the Switch 2 better, they would give blood. They would go donate to Nintendo. Guaranteed. The Nintendo drones are some of the worst in the industry. Just everybody's giving Nintendo a pass and their fans a pass.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's always been my point.
Do you think if Nintendo came out and said, hey, if Nintendo came out tomorrow, Steel, and said, hey, everybody, we know that you really have supported and loved Nintendo all these decades, and we really appreciate what you've done, but this market that we've got now is capped, and we as a corporation and our shareholders need more money, so we are going to start dropping Zelda and Mario onto PC. Do you think that would go over well?
One more time.
I said, if Nintendo came out and said, because the shareholders are asking for it and we're capped in this market, even though you guys have supported us all this time and you love our exclusives, nothing's going to change, folks, but we're going to start putting our games on PC now.
Oh yeah, people will be upset. I mean, you see that with how it's already
going.
Nintendo
would say we're just going to grow the Nintendo family more by putting it on PC. Do you think that would go over well? Of course not.
No, it's not. I mean, no, people would feel the way.
Right, so why should Xbox? So why should Xbox players?
I don't think they'd be right in feeling away either.
Okay, right, but I'm saying it is there. That segment of the fan base is
that's
there,
fair,
and that's the people that are out here talking. Right, those are the people.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, that's what
No, I get that, but I also think that just because I seemingly care more about the games and the product and people having access doesn't mean that I just don't acknowledge that people feel a particular way about the piece of plastic that they bought. I hear that. I mean, it's been the same way, whether it was Kenwood, JVC, Pioneer, whatever particular speaker. I mean, and there's factual information that goes behind that as well, right? Where you can kind of make your determination on what hardware you feel is better for you, right? Now, I just think that as things open up, and that's what makes gaming different in a lot of ways, is because it is a medium that is so run by the consumer and not everybody plays everything. I don't think there's a negative to games being playable across the board for everybody, because you still have access to your content the same way that you did before. And you're only getting more, on the Xbox side of things, you're just getting more than what you ever had gotten before. You didn't lose it. It'd be one thing if there was some form of loss that happened, but there's not a loss. You're gaining more than ever. And you're given more options.
I could argue there's been a loss in quality, Steel. I can argue that there's been a loss.
Has there though? Because you went from 5 to 30 studios, and the quality keeps going up over the years.
Steel,
South of Midnight's quality, Avowed was quality.
I can argue that, okay, but not really. Avowed, when we're talking about Avowed, no. The writing was shit. The character development was shit.
Hey, man, it was better than Expedition 33.
Oh, God. Okay, anyways. No, what I'm saying, though, is there would be an argument that as they've chased bigger audiences, Steel, the casual, we've had this conversation here for years, right? This isn't nothing new. There is the other side of it that, I find myself on, that I do wish this was a small hobby. I do wish that they were making games just for a smaller group of enthusiasts who were originally into video games. As they have expanded out, trying to capture casual audiences, Steel, the games that we are getting, again, we get so many. Of course, there's still fucking great ass games. I call it the golden age of gaming for a reason. But there have been many, including big AAA first-party titles, that try to capture a bigger audience that, in fact, turn out worse than they would have if they had focused on the core audience that originally created the IP or made the IP popular, or the core audience that does go buy those types of games.
What's the definition of quality in the gaming space?
Well, it's obviously it's a huge, because you got technical, and then you've got the actual game itself and how it plays. So it's gonna depend on genre. It's gonna depend on all that, right? As far as that goes, again, that's quality is overall. So you'd have to break down each single game, right? You can have a technical masterpiece game, Steel, that runs flawlessly, but it could be a shit game, right? That's not quality. Right. What I'm talking about is in general, right? We got games that were buggy as shit on Xbox 360 and PS3, but some of them were some of the greatest games of all time. Bethesda became a thing for a reason.
Would that equal quality though at that point?
What do you mean?
Or is that not quality?
The game, the technical wise, no, not quality, but the game itself, what we gamers care about the most, the game itself, yes, obviously. That's why they became considered GOATs. Right.
So, I mean, but them expanding it out didn't change that though, right?
Yes, it did. They chased different audiences, Steel, and it's showing up. That's what I'm saying. The argument, there's plenty of games that don't. There's plenty of games that have been kick ass. Again, you're playing one right now, Stellar Blade in the background. It's fucking phenomenal. This is a classic style video game, not chasing
small team,
a big audience, but not chasing a big audience. But the AAA space, when they started chasing bigger audiences, Steel, again, we don't have to go through all the failures over time that we've had, especially this generation.
Yeah, but that's on
that
them.
Were made for the
100%.
Modern audience. The modern audience didn't show up, and it got crushed. They're gone. BioWare's almost dead because of it.
Froggy, Froggy says, Steel, it feels like you were trying to avoid Pong's point. What point? And Pong, I mean, you can mention it too if you think I'm avoiding. If you think I'm avoiding the point.
I don't think you're trying to avoid it per se.
Because he says you're being. He says it feels a bit disingenuous. Now, Froggy, I don't mean to be a dick, but please go look up the definition of disingenuous.
Yeah, no, I think
disingenuous would mean that I don't believe what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, Steele's Steele's definitely being real with what he's saying, because we've had these types of conversations. Like I said, perspective-wise, Steele, I think that you can say, no, I understand those people, those types of gamers exist, but I think they're completely wrong. Well, okay, there's lots of people that I think are completely wrong in how they do things, but if I really pull myself back, I could see their point. If I would, again, I could see why people say there's no reason to own an Xbox. I can see why people say, I don't want to play any Xbox games, because I'm the same way currently with most PlayStation games. And people wouldn't believe me. People would say I'm being disingenuous if I say that there's very few PlayStation games that I want to play right now. A lot of people, Steel, would say I was being completely lying and capping.
Sure,
right?
but again, you have to look at these actual terms. Unless we got to start using these things properly, right?
Well, I
especially when there's consistency there.
Yeah. No. I just think that overall, I think that again, Microsoft has pulled the rug out from the core fan base that supported them for decades. I think they pulled the rug out mid-gen, and I don't think, again, they don't have to care because they're $1 billion company within $1 trillion company. They don't give a shit. I've said this all along. They are not your friend. No matter how much Phil seems to be cool, how much Phil seems to be a gamer, at the end of the day, money is all that fucking matters. And maybe not just to Phil, maybe Phil does care, but it doesn't matter. Phil doesn't control the entire company. The shareholders do. The shareholders in Satya control the entire company. And again, when decisions are made, it's out of his realm, right? So the point being is they pulled the rug out. There's a lot of people who are upset. There's a lot of people calling out the messaging. And again, I get it. Because Microsoft has done tons of messaging in the past for other things that have not been true and have not turned out. We've talked about some of the messaging that they've had over this console generation. So, but I'm just saying that in general, I just kind of agree that there is a group of people who certainly have the right to be upset and right to be mad. And again, as much as I think it's funny that the PlayStation side won, quote unquote, won now at this point, and Microsoft has turned into a third-party publisher, that they still get upset that there's Xbox fanboys trying to rile them up by saying we're playing PlayStation games on an Xbox console, which, again, now we're going to argue over definitions of console. We're going to argue over definitions of everything.
Yeah, I think
because you're still upset because there's a bunch of fanboys holding on to Xbox and saying, now we've got all your games too. Like, it's like, come on. You guys won.
Froggy says it's the refusal to see the other perspective and that it's valid. But I think I also led with that. I think it's okay. I'll say it like this. No, I don't think it's valid because to me it comes to a point to where the other side's refusal to see the other perspective. And it has to go both ways as far as that goes. At least in my eyes, right? So for me, I can see the other perspective and live in the gray area of, hey, I understand what you're saying, but I feel like it goes against what you're actually trying to speak for. Because a lot of people say, hey, I like having these access to games. I like having more games that I can get into. I like having the library that I have. I like being able to carry these things forward. I like being able to have different access points and all these things. And I don't think that you had to have exclusivity if that's the only thing that's really the problem for most people. And again, if that was the sole reason why you were buying a platform, I hear you. But if that platform has decided to say, hey, we've been playing this game a certain way for X amount of time, we feel like it's not working anymore, we're going to try to do something different. I think it's also valid for said company to do something different, and because they haven't eliminated anything, they haven't taken anything away from you. You've actually gained more since they have made these moves. And there isn't a general fear of you losing that stuff. Now, if you think that Xbox is not going to make another console in the year 2040, I hear you, and I'm always down for those conversations. Again, this is something that me and Pong have talked about here. I don't see that being the case because at this point, if you have worked the console space, at least for Xbox, right, it's the most consistent space hardware-wise that they've been in, right? Now, you can go to their to the Surfaces and everything else and other things that Windows Phone or whatever. Those were not as consistent as the console space has been. And they have worked diligently to make sure that they uphold that side. Now, again, they have stated that they are going to make another box. They have also stated that, hey, there's a possibility. Well, they didn't state this per se, but you can kind of see the forest through the trees that, hey, we're probably going to allow second and third party manufacturers to also make an Xbox. Again, similar to phones in that way. Doesn't mean that we'll stop. doesn't mean that you won't be able to just buy an Xbox device, but we are looking at doing things differently. And again, as a gamer, I was always under the understanding, or of the perspective, I should say more so, that what matters more than anything is the games. What separated stuff out back in the day was the games. Point blank, period. There was hardware differences back in the day, sure. But if both sides are doing the exact same thing hardware-wise, then what are we talking about now at this point? When the only separation is games, and there's nothing preventing those games on being on either platform outside of optimization, porting things over. But what is wrong with more people getting access to play those games, or just being able to play those games in general? That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't compute as a gamer. And again, what's funny about this is I still feel to this day, I am more of a Xbox fan than most people are. Because even though they have went this route, and I can acknowledge, hey, there has been wording that has been changed. There are some things that could be seen as frustrating for people. I don't get the frustration because I haven't lost anything. Why does me not having exclusives anymore have to be the end all to be all? And if it is the end all to be all, then stop investing in Microsoft. Stop buying their games. Stop. You can draw a hard line. If you do not like the direction that they are going, then stop buying their product. But people aren't doing that. So it's backhanded to say, oh, I don't like your direction, but I'm still going to buy your games.
Both things can be true at the same time, Steele. Absolutely not, because I don't like what PlayStation is making right now currently for games. So even if I disagree with Xbox, I'm not going to stop buying Xbox games because of the games I want to play. So both of those things can be true at the same time. You say don't lose anything with the current way they're doing things. If Ninja Theory didn't have to work on a PlayStation version, Steele, do you think we would have had optimized in 60 frames a long time ago for the Xbox version for Hellblade 2?
Hold on, what? One more time?
If Ninja Theory hadn't had to work on a PlayStation version, would they not have had more time to optimize and get 60 frames done on Xbox first?
If they wouldn't have needed to optimize for PlayStation.
If they wouldn't have had to make a PlayStation version, if Hellblade 2 was to remain exclusive, would they not have had more time to get that game to 60 frames on Series X long before now for the Xbox owners?
Why couldn't they have done both at the same time?
They obviously did, but it took them a year. No, you said you don't lose anything by losing exclusivity because the games still come out.
What's the hardware differences?
But I'm saying, no, I don't care about the hardware differences.
But there would have to be a hardware difference for what you're saying to make sense.
No. What? Wait. So like as much as the hardware isn't as my understanding goes, correct me if I'm wrong, Steele.
Mm-hmm.
The PC version is different from the Xbox console version, is different from the PlayStation version. Each version of the game is still different, even if the hardware is the same.
Well, it's because it comes down to optimization. But because consoles don't have what PC has, you're working with an APU, which has a processor in the graphics processing unit in both.
But also the PlayStation has a variable rate GPU, right? So that also has to be taken into account. Where Xbox is one, right? It's just one setting. So they have to take that into account. What I'm saying, Steele, is that if they hadn't had to make that game for PlayStation, if it was just exclusive, they would have already been optimizing or working. They might even had a 60 frames up front, maybe. Again, I'm not going to go out on a limb and say that completely, but they would have had more time to work on it. And they would have done it quicker than they did now. And the Xbox people, the first party, the ones that are supporting Xbox that went out and bought Ninja Theory, would have had that sooner rather than waiting for the PlayStation version. So when you say that having exclusivity go away doesn't take away anything, nowadays it can, because there is still development time to make those games work on another console. Whether or not it's much easier than it used to be, I'm not going to argue with that. Obviously, they're closer together, but it still takes extra time to do that. right? So there is something taken away when exclusivity does go away on that side of things. We could have gotten a better version of Hellblade 2 up front if they hadn't been having to work on a PlayStation version. Or we could have had a better version of Hellblade 2 quicker if they weren't working on a PlayStation version.
Well, up front then would imply that they were working on the PlayStation version the entire time.
Right. And again, I don't know. That's why I said either up front or quicker than we do now.
And what I'm saying is, if we've come to the realization that everything is created on a PC and then scaled down to a dev build, which is essentially a PC with limitations,
there's still work being done, though.
You know, I'm not saying that there's not work being done. For sure, there's again, it comes down to optimization at the end of the day, point blank. But I don't know. I don't think that there would have been a more concrete version of Hellblade because they made it seem like their vision was it being the way that it released, 30 frames. The same way that Todd Howard said that was his vision. And he went on interviews and has stated that he personally feels like 30 FPS is the experience that he would want for people to play at. So as him being as the creative, you know what I'm saying? They could have never delivered a 60 frames mode and said, oh, this is just my vision. This is how I want to see things. Now, if that's not necessarily 100% true and there is limitations, that's why, that's why this week I also said, hey, with the whole Hellblade scenario, I would just like the devs to be more honest about, hey, this is why we didn't deliver this. It's not because we don't want to. It's not because of creative vision. It's not because of whatever. We do want to give an option. It's just not our priority right now. And now it's something that we're going to work on. So I 100% agree on that. But as far as would we have gotten a better version? I don't know. I don't necessarily think that we would have. I think we would have still got what we got, and they would have took their time to optimize the game further. But we got day one.
I think we would have had it quicker. But again, that's my only point to that. Was my point. Like again, and then. I'm not saying that anybody knows, but I think we can guess. If a dev has to take time, no matter how much time that is, to make another version work on a different console, that is time taken away from the current version. I don't think there's any argument there whatsoever. I think that's pretty obvious stuff. So I think that ultimately, yes, we would have gotten a better version faster. If not day and date, we would have gotten a better version faster had they not having to work on the PlayStation version. So I think there is something lost from exclusivity. Again, time and focus steal, which is a massive problem in this development community nowadays, for sure, because they've changed so much. That is something that is precious. And so there is something a little bit lost. I mean, again, you count it for how you want to count it, or say it's negligible, or, whatever the case may be, that it's not something you put a high priority on, or a high value on. But I think ultimately there is the argument that there is something lost by not having exclusives, because the devs do have to spend some time and focus elsewhere instead of on that one version. That's all.
I just find it interesting that second and third party can deliver multi-platform games day one and it not be a problem. I guess they have all the money and they got bigger teams. So
it is a problem too, though. I think the argument could be made if Call of Duty was only made for one. Do you not could make a better version day one? I think they could.
Well, I mean, but Call of Duty's but that problem is more so, hey, we're keeping the previous generation, although we have acknowledged that the previous generation obviously does not have the hardware. But that speaks to the difference that I was talking about as well. We have these hardware differences, and these companies are saying, hey, that is one thing that I do get frustrated about, that I would like for it to be like how it was. It's like, hey, if we're moving forward, let's move forward. Not, hey, oh, well, and that's what the whole money thing has driven. Whether you want to blame that on live service games or whatever, I definitely understand and hear that. But that's really the only place where more so that I truly understand the conversation on that, is because it's like, damn, bruh, like, if y'all's focus is still delivering on the older hardware, then that's where the problem relies. That's exactly where it lies. Y'all want to try to get it to work on this other hardware, and you're not focused on what's current gen. because there are more people on those other older systems still. Now, as a business, sure, that might make sense to you, but one could also argue if you just drop that, how much more time would you have to optimize? How much better would a Cyberpunk would have been day one if they didn't have to make it for the previous generation?
Or another console. That's my point. Correct.
But obviously, but the thing about it is, if Cyberpunk being a multi-platform game, sure, they were able to drop it on Xbox Series and PlayStation 5, and the game ran decently for what it was.
People would disagree with you heartily.
I mean,
because both you and I agree, but I'm just saying the masses would
not everybody had the same experience. So again, the same thing with Battlefield.
And like I said, Steel,
other
cut that down to one more, cut that down to one console. Just to say, let's say CD Projekt Red was a first-party studio for PlayStation or Xbox, and all they had to focus on was one console.
Hold on, Froggy.
Do you think the game would have come out better? I do. Again, we'll never know, but I'm just saying I do.
I'll leverage that. Yes, if we were going to keep things only on one device, right, for the rest of the lifetime, that yes, if that was the only focus that you had, that yes. Ideally, you would end up getting a better product. Ideally. Okay. Now, has that been the case? I haven't seen it. We still get broken games, and even Nintendo's releasing games that aren't optimized the greatest. Even on the Switch.
But can you imagine if they had to release them on multiple consoles?
I think that they would be able to. I think that they would easily be able to because of how much headroom that they're giving people. That's what's crazy about that.
Nintendo games is a little different because they would be putting them on much more powerful hardware.
That's what I'm saying. Like you would have so much leg room.
Nintendo's are wrong, but PlayStation fans would also argue with that their exclusives have been better quality because they only focus on one. Especially PlayStation because they're not releasing day and date on PC yet. The PC ports have been the problem, but they're first party titles for the majority. Now, again, I've said they kind of slipped recently. But for the vast majority of the time over the past couple generations, PlayStation fans would argue that that's why their games are such high quality when they show up because those studios are only focused on one platform, and that's what makes them great.
There's been plenty of games as well that have released on one platform and had its own issues as well.
Sure,
right?
Absolutely,
so like at that point, that would be the only thing that I could come back with was that there are games that still do release on one single platform and still have issues, right? So it seems like to me, it's like, well, you might as well just deliver on both platforms, on at least the main platforms. If you're going to have issues regardless, then fuck it. Just take the time and get it right day one, especially because of, and I only say this because of how hardware is today. Now, if there were more separations, right, outside of just an SSD per se, then I could definitely understand, oh, well, the Xbox is doing something completely different and the architecture, it's the way that it talks to each other and da-da-da-da-da-da. But the main difference between, like, for an example, that's why it's so easy for PC games to come to, I would say more so to Xbox, because it's easier to translate because it's still Windows at the end of the day, right? So they've always used a similar language. Like for an example, Halo 1 in 2001 released on PC as well. It released on the original console, it released on the Xbox console, and it released on PC. And I don't think the game was worse for doing such because the game was already created on PC. The fact that they got it to work on that original Xbox ended up being a benefit for them, and it turned it into a hit because, again, the casual audience was able to consume it. Now, if it would have been only on PC, I don't think that Halo would have done the numbers that it did because not everybody would have bought a PC to play Halo. It would have just been a PC game. But because it did transfer over to console, they had a huge boon and a positive for the future of their hardware business because of that. And we saw great innovation in the first-person shooter space. Without that game coming to console, who knows if we would have got Call of Duty the way that we know Call of Duty? Who knows if we would have got Battlefield the way we know about Battlefield on console in those types of experiences. So it's like, I feel like there's so much minutia and gray area, and because we don't have all the information, at the end of the day, The only thing that we're doing, and again, unless there's somebody in chat, y'all work in the industry, y'all have better hands on. That's why it's always interesting to listen to devs. And that's why I feel like I do take the time to. And of course, we found that out. We found that out as well. Right. But that's why I tried to take the time to listen to devs and creatives when they're talking about this stuff, because that's the only place that you're really going to get a peek behind that curtain, which is unfortunate for us because a lot of the times we can come across ignorant because we lack information. And then I do feel like the industry is hiding the information or not wanting to give us the information because we would hold their foot to the fire and say, look, dog, like we know what it takes. So what do you mean you couldn't? Or we at least have a better idea, not saying that we got to know every minutia. I mean, again, I don't know if gaming needs to be as open as like movies and stuff like that is. I think it should be. Right? What's getting spent on what the director's getting paid, all the little details that we know about the movie industry. I would like to see that translate into gaming, because then maybe devs would get paid more. Then maybe the timing would be understandable. Then maybe all these companies can look over at each other, as we already know that they do. Oh, we evaluated PlayStation's games. Oh, we evaluated Xbox's games. Oh, we evaluated Nintendo. Nintendo apparently helped with some of the cutscene working or whatever with Death Stranding 2. I thought that was interesting to find out this week. So it's like these companies are hand in hand with each other in a lot of different ways. So it's like, why not pull that curtain back a little bit more and say, hey, there's obviously blatant things that are also being hidden from us as the consumer, as the ones trying to just involve ourselves in the hobby, right?
Of course.
And I just, for me, because I do have the perspective of I care more so about the game more than anything else. Yes, I am an Xbox fan. I can say that not day in, day out, whenever. And I would like for anybody, to question me on that. I'm not a PlayStation fan because their games have not been what they are for me since the PlayStation 2. And even those games were on multiple devices as well. We got a lot of multi-platform games during that time. But we've moved forward with technology. So it's like, I do think some of the limitations that people put on the companies previously does have to be kind of opened up a little bit, because at what point do you say, well, I just want gamers to be able to experience more games? You already have a wide audience. Again, just on PC alone, to your point, we have 100% more games on PC. Again, just this year so far, if we want to take the numbers for what they are, I haven't checked if they were factual. But if it is true that there's already 1,800 plus games that have released this year on PC, and there's I think it was 3 or so. Again, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was a 100% difference. Then we're already seeing a problem. See, I definitely agree with the contraction, because at what point do you look at these other devs who are making these other games and say, hey, well, maybe we need to bring these people in because obviously they have enough talent so we can create whatever game that we need to create? I think we need to get less games, because the industry is so spread out and everybody doing their own thing. I mean, again, I like that people have options, but people have so many options to the point where they're stuck. You can't decide what you want to play, or you never get to experience some off-the-wall titles because of that. And that's an industry problem that I don't know how to necessarily fix, which the only company that seems to be willing to address that currently is Microsoft. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know the details. I don't know the minutia behind it. I don't know what it's going to take money wise, who's going to get what cut of this and go this way, but it sounds good, right? And it's not just them saying it, they're seemingly backing it up. Now, again, like the whole Steam, like booting your games from the Xbox app on PC. I did it today with Stellar Blade. I updated my Xbox app. All my Steam games popped up in the library. Cool. But guess what? It still has to launch Steam and then boot the game. I don't think that's quite what I'm asking for or what I'm looking for. I would like to see that be more streamlined as well. And maybe that's something that AI could help with. Like the sign, like if I can just sign in, like, oh, it pops up. It's not like it's a major deal, but it pops up a new, it's like Ubisoft Plus or EA or the EA app. Like you can access Assassin's Creed through Xbox or whatever, but it still boots up the Ubisoft app. And then and then it launches through Ubisoft. It's like, well, I don't think that's what people are asking for per se either. I still think that needs to be streamlined somewhat. But if you can get it to a point where it's just like quick access, I sign in and my game boots up. Maybe I see a Steam logo. Maybe I see an EA logo. Maybe I see an Epic logo. Maybe I see this. Maybe I see PlayStation, whatever it may be. And then it boots into the game. That's what I am anticipating to happen going into the future. That things are more streamlined. That their goal ultimately is to give you that ease of access, that user-friendly experience, that console-like experience, but with a device that's even more PC-like. Because again, the consoles are PC-like now. And I don't see them going at unless we have this major breakthrough in technology, they're both working through with AMD to create their next piece of hardware. And I don't think that they're going to have all of a sudden, one's going to get quantum computing and one's going to just have the regular shit. I don't see that happening. So we're going to have these consistencies still happen, and there's not going to be a major difference on hardware. It's hard for me to understand why people having more access would be a problem for people. Nixie says, do you have to download updates of Stellar Blade on the Xbox app? It's on Steam still. It's all through Steam still. You still have to boot up the Steam app. It is through Steam.
It's the same as GOG. GOG's already done this a long time ago.
Yeah, again, that's a good point that people have brought up. It's not like it's new.
No.
You know what I mean? But what I want to see is it become a more streamlined experience. If their device, if their overall goal is just to have these different apps pop up and go from there, I don't know if that's necessarily what everybody's looking for. I think what people are asking for is for the console player to have that console experience of I click a tile.
But it would be.
But right now that's all I'm speaking to.
If you click the game, okay, let's put it this way. Console comes out. It's a hybrid console deal.
Mm-hmm.
You go to one spot. Your entire library from all the stores are right there.
Mm-hmm.
Click on a game. You are already signed into those stores in the background, always logged in, as we are in Xbox Live.
Yeah.
You just click on the button, so the Steam symbol pops up and says loading up Stellar Blade on your Xbox console. You think that's not streamlined enough?
What I'm saying is, well, that's what I was saying. Like that's what we need to get to. Right now, it's not that way. And what people are expecting is for it to be what you're saying. That's what we're wanting.
I thought I saw the videos where that's exactly what happens. It pops up in the corner of Steam, like somebody load up Spider-Man, but the Spider-Man title screen pops up. Yes, you could tell that it's loading through Steam, right? Because it's a Steam product, obviously, but Spider-Man pops up. Are you saying it brings you to your Steam homepage and then you have to hit play?
Now, I'll give context, because when I did it, I didn't flow through different games. When I did it, Steam was closed. So there, I'll add that on there. So maybe my perspective may be slightly off as far as that goes. I'm just speaking to me, because I honestly, I thought when thinking about it, I thought I had Steam open already. When I'm thinking about it now, it wasn't, and that's why it brought up Steam. Because when I clicked Stellar Blade in the Xbox app, because I had restarted everything, refreshed or whatever, and I brought Steam up, and I brought Xbox out because it updated. Saw all of my Steam games in there. I clicked on Stellar Blade. It brought Steam up first, and then launched Stellar Blade.
But it all still launches.
But it's like, but button. I guess you could say that that was my sign in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Whereas what you're saying is, and again, I think we're saying the same thing. I'm just saying it. So we're saying it different. If you're already signed in, sure, yeah, you completely eliminate all that. Okay. I would imagine. Now, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I did see other videos of people, hey, you saw it in your Xbox app and it booted up the game. I just, through my experience, I was like, hey, if we still have some of that, we still need to see the streamlining of it. And again, what we're getting right now is just the beginning stages of it. Because I don't believe it's available on Xbox right now. Like on the console where you can do that. Where you can access your Steam games. Is it? I don't think so. Because that wouldn't make sense right now.
No.
It's only on PC where you're able to do that in the Xbox app through the Xbox PC.
Because they've already got it that way, Steel, for like, and I know this is a little bit different, right? But it's still kind of the same because it's a whole separate. It's a whole separate login. But like right now that they've added like Warcraft to PC Game Pass, right?
Yeah.
If I click on Warcraft, right, I have to have BattleNet on my PC. I have to be logged into BattleNet.
Yeah.
Okay, even though I'm playing it through Xbox PC Game Pass, I have to be logged in BattleNet. But as long as I'm logged in BattleNet, because I had to download BattleNet because I didn't have it on, and I log in, every time now that I click Warcraft, it pops me right in. Like there's no like going to BattleNet. It just pops up Blizzard and pops up, Warcraft. It goes right to the title screen. So yeah,
I just know those different apps have their own, have their own little things, right? So that's all. That's the main thing that I was speaking to more. Just streamlining it more so that the console player has the least path of resistance possible, right? And if the answer is, hey, you just need to make sure that you're signed in. Right. Then great. I mean, if that's all that I need, then that's perfect. Then that's ideally what we are looking for. Yeah. But and because Nixie also says, still because people like preference and many of them are not chasing 100% open wall gardens. Speaking to what I was talking about earlier, but again, I still think we can have the open wall gardens, but it's going to be more ecosystem based. That is your walled garden, is your ecosystem. And that's more so what I'm speaking to. I believe that people should have a 100% access to everything that they want to on whatever device that you want to acquire. Especially nowadays, because of how technology has gone. Unless there's a drastic hardware difference going into the future, how things are right now, it's only going to become more PC-like. So, if we're going to go down this road, then to add on to my point from earlier, I don't think there should be a hardware wall anymore. I think that there should be, if there's going to be a wall, it's an ecosystem wall. You have to get me to sign into your service to access your content, like we see with the other subscription services that we have. Right. And because that's something that people make the comparison to. Oh, well, the HBO doesn't do this and Hulu doesn't do this and Netflix doesn't do that and they don't do that. They do get similar content to each other and sometimes they get the same content. And you're signed up for the multiple pieces of content on one piece of hardware or maybe multiple pieces of hardware and you just have access to the content. You still may have to sign in. You still may have to connect. You still may have to make sure that you're servicing those different ecosystems, but you have access to them. So that is what I'm more so like my main point than anything. I don't understand why people would get frustrated about the hardware walls coming down. And even if it just ends up being Microsoft, where they're the only company that brings their hardware wall down. I just don't see that as a negative because as a user, I have only gained more from them doing such. And it seems to have benefited devs. It seems to have benefited the content that I'm getting. And I would say that we have been getting more quality games because of such. Because of Game Pass. Nobody played fucking Kunitsugami, apparently. Path of the Goddess. Right? That game was in Game Pass. I don't think anybody would have played it if it wasn't in Game Pass. Some people. Or at least tried it. I tried it because it was in Game Pass. I had a good feeling about it. Now, is that a game I would have bought if I needed to buy it? Sure. But I would have been in the lower majority of people who would have bought the game. So, but if I can make that accessible to more people, and these devs can actually see the appreciation, they can get the guala up front, the dollars, the ducats, the money up front, so they can fund their next project. I think that should always be the goal, more so than anything else. In chat, like that was what was throwing me off, and why I had you repeating a couple times, Paul, because I was reading chat. I like to be active in chat, but when I'm trying to engage, I got to stop doing that, because it throws me off, because I want to like have a conversation. Because again, like Froggy, he says Pong argued about the dilution of quality and focus, and you hand waved it.
Yeah.
Now, did I hand wave it?
I don't think you hand waved it. I think that you just have a perspective that it probably, again, because you asked what does quality mean, and I think that that's the hard part. Is what I'm talking about is that the games themselves, to a broader audience, and I wasn't talking about the technical side of things. Games have been broken for quite a while now, but from a broader, chasing that broader audience, again, I can argue, and we have plenty of examples of companies chasing the broader audience with new IP and with established IP that have seen failure, right? And it's because of what they're trying to do. Instead of focusing on the core gamer, instead of focusing on what made that IP popular or what audience would chase after a brand new IP. And we've got it on the other side where, again, we'll just take Stellar Blade.
Mm-hmm.
Good to great game. In fact, you're loving it. One of your favorite games this year, right?
Yeah, I think it's one of my favorite games of the generation, for sure.
Yeah. As far as a gameplay standpoint goes, good to great. Mm-hmm. The devs themselves focused in on Eve, focused in on sex sells, right? They went after the core male audience that now people like to call gooners, even though bestiality in Baldur's Gate 3 is okay. But that's who they went after, Steel. And it worked. And it's driven success, right? Now, there's a lot of Western companies, especially, who would never do a game like Stellar Blade, who would never put a character like Eve in
100%.
Game.
Yeah.
And...
And I think that's a problem
too.
They
can't find anywhere as near success. But I'm saying
that's an internal problem.
But
too,
back
right?
at no, Steel. I think that's the point you're missing. Those are the games we got in the 360 PS3 generation. Okay, those are the games that are from the old school dude bro shooter boxes culture. That again, we can go down the list of different things. We're not going to get into Gamergate, but we can go down the list of bullshit, Steel, that has been fed, propagandized within this industry over the past 2 decades, or about the last 15 years, that changed the way devs look at making games. There's this mythical modern audience, Steel, that a lot of companies for the past decade have been chasing that don't show up and buy games. There's this mythical group of people that they think are going to show up, and they don't show up. There is very few successes in those cases. So my point was, that's what the industry has strayed away from. That's why the industry, when it was smaller, when we had exclusives, when they were focused on their core audiences, I can make the argument, Steel, that those situations, because of what the gaming industry is going for, what Xbox specifically is going for, this big, and again, I've sat here and talked about the benefits of what Microsoft is trying to do, right? And what they're trying to grab. And from a business standpoint, I can. But the argument can be made that them focusing on the 3 billion gamers versus the core group of Xbox fans who have supported them through thick and thin for decades has been detrimental to the games themselves. And if they were still making games for their core fan base, like they did in the 360 generation, that we might be having a different conversation about right now about what place they're in or where they were console sales wise, where they were, etc. I think there's an argument to be made there that it does dilute the content in a lot of ways. This idea that we're going after this big old piece of pie, we're going to expand out because we're
okay. So what I would come back with on that, then where's PlayStation at in production at then, as far as that goes? Because they have focused and they have no first party games to really deliver this year.
Well, we know why though.
Sticking within that,
right? And you've seen PlayStation fans argue this, Steele. You've seen PlayStation fans rail against games as a service. You have seen PlayStation fans stop fucking around PlayStation and go make our goddamn single player games. Right? They've been railing against it. Because
even the single player games have seemingly taken somewhat of a downturn.
But because they were focusing elsewhere. That's the whole argument. Because their focus went to, we need to go get more money. Now, again, Steve, I'm not saying there's not problems. Obviously, there are problems. We talked about they broke the AAA space is effed. I've said this. It's contraction time. It's done. It's time to slim down. It's time to go back. But the problem being is that they don't want to do that, Steele. It's much easier to go, we're going to go find the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. We're going to go chasing, like Ubisoft. We're going to go chasing. Look what happened to Ubisoft, Steele. Look at what happened to them. Instead of focusing on what made them freaking great. That is the counter argument to what you're saying, is that they lose focus when they start going, we're capped. Oh God, we can't make enough here. We're struggling, even though our profits are way up. We're struggling. We can't keep doing this. It's unsustainable. So we're going to go chase all shit. When you lose focus on the core, sometimes you wind up in situations like you're just describing with PlayStation. And what I just talked about Ubisoft. Like, this is what happens. And we've got examples time and time again. EA. We got third party, we got first party examples of all. I don't know. That's just my argument. It's a great conversation. I love the conversation.
I enjoy it regardless. I
think it's great. I think that both things can be true at the same time. There's benefits to what everybody's doing. And obviously, again, I'm not lying when I talk about that Xbox is giving me the best value out of anybody, hands freaking down. For me, as a gamer, it's not even remotely close.
To me.
I love that they're doing all this shit. I love the chances that they're taking. I love the idea that they're going to give me potentially a box where I've got all my games in one spot. I love all of that shit, right? But I can also say the other side is true, and there's a part of me, as I've said 1 billion times, that wish it was the old days, and there's a part of me that wishes that this industry wasn't as big as it is right now. I don't need 18,000 games coming from Steam every year. Okay, I don't need it. Is it great? Absolutely. Am I happy for the devs? But I don't need that. Like, again, if the industry went back to being a much smaller industry focused, I can't say that I wouldn't be much happier. Like, I can't say that I wouldn't be seen. But again, we're never going to know. That's always a what if. I'm just saying, in my head, I can play out the scenario where what they are chasing after, because this industry has become so big, because there's so much freaking money involved, because there are so many people who were not ever in their lives gamers involved in this industry now versus the old days, because the old days was a nerdy hobby and you pretty much had to be pretty into games to want to get into the gaming sector. That's all gone and thrown to the wayside. You got people who have never played a game before in their lives helping make games. Okay. And that's a fact, right? When you go look at some of these people, and I'm not talking about necessarily just the devs themselves, but I'm talking about the people around, community managers, etc. That has changed this industry. And I can argue that has caused problems, and it has decreased gaming quality. And I'm talking about the games themselves. We get more games, the quality overall has decreased experience. That's all. Anyways. We've talked long. This was a whole major topic.
That's how we do. Yeah, I mean, it's a big topic, and it's always going to be an interesting conversation for me, because I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, again, because you can legitimately argue either side, and then find nuances in it all, because of the lack of information. That's why I'm always going to when. Again, don't take it personally, Froggy. I mean, again, if you feel like I'm being disingenuous, I do want you to go actually look at the term and figure out what it means before you say that. Because again, you can't imply somebody doesn't believe what they're saying, especially if I've proven, and not that I have to prove anything, but I've been extremely consistent. You can go you can go from the very first episode of Living Split Screen.
Yeah.
You tell people apart by what they have been the most consistent about. And when you stray off of that lack of consistency. That's why people get on the Paris like that, like they do, because I can understand why you feel like there's a lack of consistency there. Sure. Now, am I going to be as critical as some other people may be? No, I'm not. Because I also believe that people can get new information and change how they feel about something. The same way I can do the same. Again, I made that concession upon here. Hey man, it does seem like there's more business stuff happening here than even what I anticipated. Now, do I feel the blowback, the negativity from it? Not per se. I don't. But it's a two. At that point, it becomes a to each their own thing, right? So it is what it is. Let's see. And Nixie was mentioning some people feel away about how I was feeling about what I was about Paul was saying. Again, like, isn't this why people like tuning in to shows and stuff? You like to hear people have differing opinions. Like, people complained about us always fucking agreeing with each other. And now it's a problem when me and Pong are on opposite sides that we have consistently gone back and forth about how we see things.
And to be fair, this is why funny. It was always interesting when Steele and I first started talking about doing this show, is because of the generational gap, and there is generations here too. Like, and
again, I'm the multiplayer dude, so of course I'm going to want more people to have access.
And then, and generational wise, what I grew up in with the hardcore industry versus what Steele grew up,
and it was a smaller industry as well too.
Right. It's different.
You had to be creative. You had to be different. You had to. Because you wanted people to buy your game. People were buying games based off of that cover.
The passion was what led you to this industry, because you weren't making oodles of money, Steele. It wasn't until 100%. The 360 generation when devs actually started really making money, right? Do you remember how big of a deal it was when Cliffy B got a Lambo? Like, it
was major.
You didn't see that. Id was another company. One of the first set of millionaires was Id, because of how small the top of that team was, and they had been there since the beginning. The founders had all been there, right? They all were millionaires because they had busted their ass for like 20 years, right? Making some of the best games in the world and Doom and all that kind of, and they finally got paid, but it wasn't until much later in their career. The gaming industry itself started based on passion just for creating entertainment that us nerds enjoyed the hell out of, and everybody else thought was kiddie games, right? Everybody else. Nintendo had created a whole stigma that it was just a child's game. And here came along all these older devs, right, who were probably in their 20s back then, or late teens, early 20s back then, working in their basements, creating a bunch of freaking games that were much more mature than anything Nintendo put out. And obviously, that started what we now see as the modern day gaming industry. And it changed everything. But you started because the passion was there. Now, again, not saying everybody, of course, there's still massively passionate people about making video games. You see it from teams, like Expedition 33
is a great.
I keep bringing it up because it's just the easiest game
of the year. As well.
Yeah, there's other
teams as well, for sure.
But there are a lot of people also in this industry who are here because they can get paid as devs very well. They get paid 6+ figures, right, as a dev now. And there's a lot of people who would not choose this industry, number one, in their career if it didn't pay what it pays now. There's a lot of those people here now too because of how big it's gotten, right? So, and again, that changes things. Again, I don't think I'm going out on a limb. I'm not saying anything weird.
And I do agree with you that there is something that is lost there as far as that goes, because of that money, because of that influx, because of that newfound market that you were kind of finding, where it seems like because of how hands-off things had been, how unserious the industry had been. Again, that's what we're fighting against right now as far as ownership goes. We have zero ownership right now because the industry had no focus on that. We went from physical media to digital media, and there was no transition. Nobody was considering what the consumers needed. There's nothing. And that's going to continue to be an issue unless we do something about it, right? And that's going to come down to the hardcore who have to do something about it. But it's like, At that point, though, that puts the owners right back on those dev studios, on those companies, because it's like, bro, like Final Fantasy, for an example, like Square Enix coming out this week and saying, oh, because of Expedition 33, we're going to be looking more into making turn-based games, or whatever exactly what they said, but it was something along those lines. It was like, bro, not just because of this game doesn't mean that you have to go this way, but it does demonstrate that you could bring that back. Not every game needs to be a Final Fantasy VII remake. Maybe you do Final Fantasy 8 and 9 and it is more akin to the traditional games. It's turn-based, it's whatever. And maybe you add that interactivity. Maybe they showed you a different route on how to do things. But it's like, I always look at it as like, okay, the industry feels a way about Bayonetta. They feel a way about sexy characters. They feel a way about certain gameplay mechanics. They feel a way about all these different things. I think it also comes down to, I don't think that these people truly know what game that they want to make. And if it's because you're trying to appease an audience, at the end of the day, the main audience that you have, and I don't get why these companies don't understand this, especially the ones that have been around for some time. That's why it's crazy to me to see Final Fantasy not sell 50 million copies. It's fucking Final Fantasy. What do you mean it's struggling to Final Fantasy 16? I think that the game ideally should be bigger than what it is, but it is also realistic for them to say, hey, because of Sony, because of this movie mentality or whatever Square Enix jumped into, it bothers me. I had a hard time playing Final Fantasy 16, and I like action-oriented games because of how much stop and go there is. You made this shit more movie-like, and it didn't need to be. You took the focus off the gamer. And that's where things have been lost from me. And that's probably why the PlayStation games haven't spoke to me. God of War 2018, I think, is a very pretty game. I think it's it's technically sound. But goddamn, the first 10 hours of that fucking game are boring as hell. You have your fights, and then the in-between stuff is like, Final Fantasy 16 is the same thing for me. I had to check my time because I thought it was only 10 hours that I put in that game. I put fucking 30 hours into Final Fantasy 16. And the entire time I was like, bro, why is there less gameplay than there is me actually doing shit? You took the onus off the gamer, and that is something that I have noticed, and I do think the industry needs to start focusing in on more. You need to put your focus in on the gamer. Those are the people that are going to buy it. Whoever ends up supporting it outside of that is who supports it outside of that. So, I don't know. I just wanted to go that way. Nixie says cinematic games probably ain't for you still. No, I mean, quite obviously not. And again, like I hear when people like with Metal Gear and stuff like that, and I didn't really know how movie like Metal Gear was like. I just never had access to those games, or maybe I did, and I just was playing other stuff. I was playing fighting games a lot. I was, especially in the PlayStation 2 era, like I was playing different shit. Like there was a lot of anime games in there, a lot of fighting games in there. You know what I mean? Like that was what that gen was for me. Mishi says we should be able to sell digital games. Something to that nature. I don't know how that would work, and I don't necessarily see that being an option. But something needs to happen. I just want ownership of my fucking game, point blank. Period. Or for the fucking devs to consider, like has been a conversation this week, an end of life plan. If you have an online game, there needs to be an end of life plan, and we'll get into that. I think that's going to be another big conversation. Again, I did a 2-hour show, Lunch with Steel, breakfast, whatever you want to consider it, covering the whole that whole snafu, stop killing game snafu that people are kind of all over the place about. Nixie says, I don't care about selling digital games. How about stop charging the same price as physical? That's more so my thing.
The sales have to start,
and then excusing it, and then excusing it
to start happening.
Yeah,
that's
like you see on PC.
That's going to be interesting with the next console if it turns out to be what again seems to be how Xbox is going to compete with Steam sales. how they're going to adjust their Windows sales and their Xbox sales to match Steam sales, because you're going to have the option, go buy all your games on Steam, as many PlayStation fans have pointed out that can't wrap their head around why Xbox would do this. I look at it and go, Xbox is going to have to match them. Xbox is going to have to change how they price their games as well, just so that doesn't happen all the time, because that is fascinating to me, because you're going to have side-by-side comparisons with all the other stores of what people can pay. And if Xbox continues the way they do now, console, especially with their digital games, and again, this goes PlayStation, this goes Nintendo, all of them, the console space has not done what this PC space has done when PC went all digital, with obviously Steam being the elephant in the room, but offering those deep discounts still on games, the digital versions. And I think that that's something that they're going to have to start to adjust. Again, there's sales here and there on console that is certainly good, but not like you find on PC. Plus all of the key shops that you can go to get keys as well, which is even cheaper. So interesting. Yeah. Interesting to see what they're going to do there.
I saw, who was it? J Ram. I think it was. I think he said something about Steel being lost. I'm gonna need you to explain that a little bit more for me. What am I lost about, J Ram? Yeah. Let me know. Because again, this is the thing that I like about this shit, because you get people who feel differently than you, and then you can get into deeper why your thought process is the way that it is, and see if we can find a middle ground, or if not, we say, hey, agree to disagree. I don't care. Because he says he says Rain is lost. Yeah, I'm curious what you mean by that. Yeah, he says, Nick says, fantastic point, double-edged sword.
Yeah.
And Tim says, yeah, exactly, Jag. He said, because he said GOW is great. Yeah, you're right. Gears of War is great. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Nick says, damn, Still, you triggered these guys that aren't used to nuance in discussion. That seems to be an ongoing theme that I've found out since stepping into the community. People don't like nuance in conversation. They want you to be one side or the other side. And again, when I come back and say that, oh, I'm an Xbox fan, and then people say, no, you're not. There's no way you can be. This is because of how you feel about this, and this, and you're on PC and you like to do this, and no, it's like, but I'm telling you what I'm telling you. Like, you can feel however you want to feel about it, but again, that goes back to like what I was mentioning earlier. Hey, here's what it is. Well, Decado says Steele never took a key to the echo chamber, so clearly his opinions are not theirs. And again, that's what's crazy too, is like I intentionally try to listen to people who have a differing opinion than I do, or have a different perspective than I do, so I can see, hey, am I off base? Hey, am my opinion sound? Could I have a discussion about what you're talking about? That was the whole reason I jumped into the community in the first place. Because I was listening to other people have conversation. I said, I feel like I got something to say. I feel like I get passionate. I like a certain style of games. One of the main things of me jumping into the gaming community was I just didn't understand why people had the smoke that they did for Xbox the way that it did. Or somewhat. Or why people looked at games the way that they did. Or why people who don't actually fucking play games are talking about games like they played them. Or talking about stuff like they care. And you don't. I'm sharing, again, I am sharing more gameplay than most of the followers that I have on my X or Twitter. Point blank, period. And I have it set to For You to where, hey, and I go down my follower list, I see I see people involved in more drama than I am seeing them play games. Y'all talking about Discord conversations. Oh yeah, in Discord, we were talking about this, that, and other. Why aren't you fucking playing games? And maybe you are while you're having Discord conversations, but I don't understand how you do that either. You're playing story-based games and you're having full-on Discord conversations? Like, what are we doing? My version of growing up was, hey, I'm no longer in party chat like I used to be. Because I was with the homies trying to decide, hey, what we playing? Oh, we jumping in COD, we jumping in Battlefield, we jumping in this, we jumping in GTA. What we doing? We mobbing? What we about to catch some bodies? What we doing? Gears, Halo, what we rocking? That's part of the reason why I look at single player games the way that I do. Single player games will never have the same value as multiplayer games to me. Point blank, period. They never will. But that's because of the type of gamer that I am. I like playing. I like the competitiveness. I like being able to play with folks. I jumped back into Space Marine for a little bit, got some more PvP action in. Game is still fun. The PvE side of it, being able to get with buddies, randos, run matches, get some runs in. That shit is fun. That shit is dope to me. But sure, when you get your single player experience that speak to you, like a Stellar Blade does as an example, like an Expedition 33 did as an example, great. But it's going to be less of an option for me than anything else. Again, Mecha Break is my most anticipated game of really this year. It being multiplayer based more so. Because I played the game in beta, was like, damn, this feels fucking unique. But I'm also a Mecha fan. So of course I'm going to feel that way. Oh, the gameplay is good. It appeals to the things. And this is another dev studio who is publishing the game themselves. Because I looked it up. There was one other game. Hold on, I gotta look at it now. Let me see if I can pull up Steam here. Hopefully y'all like the conversation so far. Welcome to Living Split Screen. If you're new to what we do here, we fucking have conversation about gaming, everything that's going on within the gaming industry. We like to take the RTS approach. It's the whole reason I coined that term. We like to pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also build up the foundation for those potential 3 billion gamers that are out there, regardless of how we reach them. Because when I tell you guys, gotcha gamers don't give a fuck about what we play. They don't care about single player games. They don't care about Expedition 33. They do not give a fuck. You know what they're doing? Playing Genshin. You know what they're doing? Playing Wuthering Waves. You know what they're doing? Looking for the next gotcha game. And those games are the most predatory fucking gambling ass games that I have ever experienced in my goddamn life. And there's millions upon millions of gamers who love that shit, who throw hundreds of dollars at their phone, at their screen, whatever they can throw money at to get the characters that are in that fucking game. And I don't see nobody else in the gaming community speaking up about how predatory or dumb or how much bullshit that is, because y'all don't care about this shit. Like there can be both. And the Mecha Break team that I was talking about, they are amazing season games. Real quick, do I have it here? No, I got to go into the store. We're also the home of that ECP, that's that Educated Consumer Perspective, because as you can tell, me and Pong do not work in the goddamn gaming industry. We're just two dudes who have professional experience behind us in the real world with real jobs, who have management experience, customer experience, people experience, some business experience, and we combine that with our gaming experience to play a little armchair CEO sometimes, again and again, just to have a conversation. The other game that I was thinking about that they made was a game called Snowbreak Containment Zone, which is this game is kind of like The Division in some way. It's not as good, nowhere close. But it's more based on the waifus and stuff like that, and it also has some of those gotcha mechanics in there as well. But this is in Mecha Break is their second game ever. Now, if they were able to get the funds that they needed because they were from the gotcha game, that's great. But we're also seeing that if there's an opportunity for you to make money in other ways, to form or to create a project for the traditional quote unquote gamer, then look, man, it is what it is. Regardless if I feel predatory or not, people fucking like it. Gambling is okay. Control your shit. That's the only thing that I can tell you. People are going to gamble. Have self-control. If you ain't got the money to gamble, then don't gamble. If you don't see the point in gambling, then don't gamble. I don't see the point in rolling for characters that I don't have a guarantee to get. I think that's dumb. Have I done it once or twice? Yeah, I spent a little dub here and there. That's how I found out I didn't like it. I've gambled in real life. That's how I found out I didn't like it. It only takes one good loss. I was up almost a band and I lost 500. I was like, oh shit. That made me feel away. I don't want to gamble no more. I'm good. It felt good to win. Didn't feel that great to lose. Especially when it was half your duckers. It was a good night, though. It was a good night. Anyway, as you can tell, we are definitely what is the word? Energetic for sure, but also very passionate gamers. We believe in the things that we say here. This is the last place that I personally believe where anybody can say that things are, as an example, and I don't mean for this to feel like it was triggering, disingenuous, but I just see a lot of people throw that stuff around when people have differing opinions from stuff on topics. And it's just like, bro, like people can feel that the way that they feel. You don't have to agree. You can critique it. You can have a conversation. And that's where it should kind of go from there. So, and Knicks, this is why we don't do this day in gaming and upcoming games anymore. Because me and Paul don't get to chop it up like we used to, talk about shit throughout the week. So when we get to Saturday, we got a lot of shit that we want to talk about. We got random. This was another topic that wasn't even an intention. It just happened. It just happened. And I think that's dope too, man. I love that. David Billup said, just got done with my Saturday errand. What's up, bots? Hey, I'm a robot, all right. Lydia says, I was just playing ZZZ yesterday. I see the FOMO for characters and just ignore it. Earn the courage, see the slow way, can't gotcha me. And again, as long as they offer you that option, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. MMOs have done something similar to that since existence, right? Where you have some different pathways to get certain things. And as long as I can earn everything in game, that's the only thing I care about. Oats 716, he says, Pong, you're looking lean and mean.
Thank you, Oats. Say to that, appreciate that, brother. Appreciate
Paul says
that.
Big ups. Lost for Words joined the rare tier. He got that blue treasure chest next to him with that loot stash. He says he's joined the Splitters. Welcome to the Splitters, Lost for Words. Appreciate you. And then Legendary Yobi, who's been a member for 20 months on the Horde Devore tier, came through with the exotic cash, the yellow boy. I couldn't consume too much air. It says lunch with Steel, priceless. Lunch with Pong, TBA. Hey, maybe we'll do that at some point. Maybe he'll jump in there and have some random thoughts that he'd like to get off and drop some bars on y'all. See how that goes. Tim says, Jag, just a gamer. But hey, surely nice to meet you for sure. Hope you enjoy gaming for the foreseeable future. Looking forward to retirement myself. 10 years off, hopefully. Hey, there you go. Yobi says, I'm currently playing Zenless. Game has me trapped. They're not getting $1 out of me. I saw one character I wanted and unlocked him the next chapter. So happy. Hey, that's always a good feeling when it happens that way. So, I mean, again, I think that should always be the goal of a game. You can have other ways to have people invest in whatever, but as long as you give people a way to get what's in the game, I think that's gonna be dope. Nixie says, Still, I know you like mechs, so any thoughts on the new Daemon X Machina? Oh, Nixie, let me tell you something. I didn't completely, I was gonna play the first Daemon X Machina because they have their first game, which is, I would consider it an arcade-like Armored Core, right? For those who are like interested in Mech Warrior and stuff like that, or Mech Assault, I should say, like that more arcade-ish mech style. I think Daemon X Machina does well with that. Now it is more anime-esque, and I know people feel a way about these. That's the other thing that I found more weird as we continue to progress into the future. Like there's just how people feel strange about Eastern-styled games and. Anyway, in anime and all that stuff, it's more popular than ever before. And now people are saying it's weird. Still, it's okay. But anyway, so the next game that they're releasing is Daemon X Machina Scion, if I'm not mistaken. That's the name of the game. And I was kind of off put by it at first, but as I've seen, because it looked like the combat was kind of stiff and whatnot, but they've released more gameplay and stuff like that, and that's definitely one that I want to play as well. They're making it more exosuit like it's still mech, it's still like Mecha, but it's not about, oh, you are the pilot inside this big old mech. It's more exosuit. Like, you have armor around you. It's more human fitting armor that you get, like Anthem, kind of like, right? But more over the top, more anime-esque. Anthem, but anime. I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody. That's what I would kind of look at that. And it has more of a story. It's not like a looter or anything. Well, it has loot and stuff in it, but it's not like a looter like an Anthem or Division or Borderlands or whatever the case. So, Tim says, "Hey Ozzy," what did Ozzy say? He says, "Hey Ozzy, LOL, but this channel is non-console centric, right? We play everywhere." There you go. Oh, Jag, you're Ozzy fan. Hey, well, shout out to you, Ozzy. Appreciate you. That's why I was like, yeah, but Jag new. Nah, he is Ozzy fan. Appreciate you, Ozzy, coming through. He says, I was hoping you would be here. Just wanted to say nice to meet you and won't be around anymore. Dipping out of the Xbox community, going over to PS and PC later. But this isn't the Xbox community.
Yeah.
This isn't an Xbox-centric channel. We are gaming-centric.
We talk a lot of Xbox because they're always in the news, but yeah, no.
Yeah, man, Xbox
the only thing we actively avoid usually, but that's whatever.
Yeah, we try not to, but they're doing controversial shit.
Steel and I would be sitting here just bitching at Nintendo constantly. I already seen the joysticks, the Joy-Cons breaking. Yeah,
again, that shit is fucking dumb as fuck to me. And nobody's complaining. Like, oh, well, at least they gave you a way to send them in. I think I mentioned that last week, and that was something that Dixie said. He was like, "Hey, at least they give you a repair route." I mean, sure, I get you, but
absolutely, it's beautiful, great.
I get, but I have to ask again: what are we doing? Like, when are we going to raise the expectation? And again, that is the problem with gaming. They're not putting the focus in the right places.
The whole cheap LCD screen too, LED screen.
Where people are getting the smearing and the blurring effect and handheld mode.
It's worse than Switch 1. How is that possible?
That doesn't make sense to me either. But again, to each their own. It's sold a lot.
Mofos. That company is greedy as fuck, and people won't admit it. They're not your friends.
Oh, no, they're the Sith. Nintendo is the ultimate Sith. They are the Sith of the gaming industry, 100%.
They're the biggest snakes. They're the biggest snakes because they just hide in plain sight because their fans just put up with that shit. They're all smiles and they're fucking biting you in the fucking ass every single time. It's whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
I had my moment where I was going to go ahead. Nintendo. I'm going now. Bye.
Yeah, I'm cool. I mean, I would like to play certain games at some point. Yep. I would, but
Xenoblade. I'm going to play Xenoblade. I will emulate. That'll probably be my first emulation ever. Yeah.
You would consider it? Was Xenoblade Chronicles X the most recent one?
Yeah, all of them. I want to play all of them.
Oh, okay.
I want to go all the way back. Yeah,
I heard
the new one that they remastered. Yeah, I've watched tons of gameplay from it. I want to play them at some point. I'm not going to do it anytime soon, but I'm going to do it someday.
100%. Sure. No, the only thing that I'm upset about today is the fact that I couldn't record more clips throughout our entire conversation because I have to do so much it's not like I have to do a lot. I mean, but because I'm controlling everything. Running a show is a lot, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
bro. I get that people like to overlook it. I get that people think that we're just talking heads, but it's like, I'm looking at this screen, trying to look at this. I'm looking at what we're possibly going to talk about next. Then we get in passionate conversation as we do. I'm looking at chat, trying to engage, trying to see what chat's talking about so I could possibly engage and try to incorporate some of what they're mentioning in what we got going on. I'm trying to record. So I did get some clips. I think they could have been a lot better. And again, I'm pissed off because this fucking piece of hardware says, hey, you unplug it wrong one day. Just unplug the USB wrong one day. It's not going to act right. And I got this Stream Deck to make things easier. And it has done nothing but make it more complicated. And people, doing research on it. That's one of people's biggest complaints about it. Anyway. Drake Williams says Mecha Break dropping July 1st. Yes, we're going to talk a little bit about Mecha Break. I've been kind of going not hand in hand, but I've been kind of driving myself up a wall about that because I wanted to start creating some content around Mecha Break, just because of how excited I am about the game, how interested I am to play, to jump in there, and I want more people to be exposed to it. But you look at other people and how they do content and how they talk about stuff, and it's like, damn, I don't know if it's going to be like that. I don't know how necessarily I want to go about it. It would just be, I feel like I'll be just doing a lot of blabbering, right? Again, it's the whole overthinking side of it, right? A lot of people, again, and I mentioned this last week, when I was doing my Lunch with Steel segments, it was one of those things where I would just said F it. That's just one aspect of something I said F it to and just started doing. There's a whole other lot of things that I think about, I'm trying to consider behind the scenes that I literally overthink and then don't do because I feel like, I don't think it's going to be as great as what these other people are doing. I appreciate how they're creating the content. Like when people are showing you, they're going to do this and they bring up something on screen. And it's like, I'm not trying to sit here and edit videos for 6 hours. This is not my goal. I'm not trying. I'll be honest with y'all. I am not ever trying to do that. I will never be the creator that sits here and works on a video for 6 hours. Unless I was doing it for somebody else and I was getting paid to do it. That would be different. But I'm not a video editor, bro. And if that ends up being my limitation, then it ends up being my limitation. Now, if I was getting paid to only do this, I wouldn't be doing just editing one video for 6 hours. It'd be multiple videos. Because like the other day, as y'all going to see, I live in Split Screen. There's going to be more content coming, hopefully, than ever before. And hopefully I can keep it consistent. But right now, just based off of Stop Killing Games, off of that stream, I have almost 2 weeks up until July 5th. You're going to see shorts twice a day drop on Living Split Screen, drop on my personal channel. It took me a few hours to set all that up. Got to schedule everything. Then I got to create descriptions. Then I got to create unique titles. Then I got to create, and that was almost 20 different shorts that were a minute a piece. It took me a few hours to do all that. Now, again, you want growth. You believe in what you're pitching. You see the hat. Right? The Living Split Screen store. It's in the description if you're interested. Shout out to Fourth Wall. I gotta upload. I gotta update it. I gotta update and put up another one with the new logo as well. But trying to do some things out here. So just a little bit. Vandal says, "Steel, I like your morning daily talk show. Maybe I consider doing it more often. You know what I'm saying? During my work week, again, because I work an 80-hour week, and then I have a week off. So, I mean, we'll see. But it's like a lot of that is me recovering from that off week, and then me being home with the kiddos, then me trying to decide what I want to do as far as like content and stuff goes, or trying to do more. Also real life stuff behind the scenes, trying to get that a better job and get back into the tech field like I want, seeing the losses that we're seeing in the tech industry, trying to decide what is going to be the right route to go. Also trying to get back into my sales bag, right? Because I did get I got certified as a sales engineer, right? So it's like I've been doing stuff behind the scenes too. So it's like there's always things happening, and real life doesn't stop. So we'll see. I mean, again, the timing is the main thing. If I had an office, that's my main Achilles heel right now. I don't have an office I don't have a quiet voice, right? So a lot of what I do, I'm doing it out of my room. Now, luckily, our bedroom is a fucking goddamn decent ass size. It's just like my previous place, so it's like it's not a major thing. Now, can I do more? And the wife is supportive, so that's great. And she'll tell me like, "Yo, don't worry about it. You can do it." But it's like, bro, I know my voice though too. You over here trying to rest or do whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's not conducive for the experience. I don't mind being honest with people. If I had my own office space, maybe there would be more of that consistency there. I just pop in on a daily basis on a morning, and I'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna do a 3-hour show today, and then I'm gonna go to sleep." get prepped for since I work overnight right now, and get prepped for the week and get prepped for the week or whatever, and just do it more so during that time or vice versa. So something I'm always things I'm considering. M. Gene, he's saying he's not saying they're racist. He's saying they tuck away their issues and seem all smiles on the outside. It's an analogy, bro. Oh, what? Oh, I think you were replying to what Vandal said. Vandal says, is Asmund really anyone that should be calling others racist? I think not. That's not a conversation that I want to get into here, because I've being mixed. I mean, again, I do consider myself black more than anything. But being mixed, I've gotten both sides. So it's like, I understand both sides. I also understand, my culture and the multiple cultures, because I'm also part Filipino as well. And I do think if there's one thing that I will add to that, I do think that the mixed children of the world, and we're only going to become more mixed, the mixed children of the world are going to be the ones to help, hopefully, bring humanity more together. Hopefully. Now, with all the other stuff that we have going on, media always trying to portray things a certain way, and people being strong in their opinions and how people feel about religion. I mean, politics, all that stuff. There's all these other divisive things that people will argue against, don't want to see the opposing side to, and people feel like they're right in. So we're always going to have things that kind of that separate us or whatever. So I don't know what the answer is for that future. And how we approach that, other than continuously try to be open with each other, try to be understanding. And I think the number one thing, at least on the gaming front, that I see is that I would like to see more people stop hating each other because you don't like Xbox or you don't like PlayStation. I think that shit's dumb as fuck. We got enough separation in the world, and we come in the gaming community and cause even more separation. And again, I think there are differences, just like there's differences with athletes and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I would never go outside and play basketball on an outside court and be like, oh, I'm as good as an NBA player. I can go argue with an NBA player. No, I can't argue with them about basketball. At least playing the sport doesn't mean I can't critique. But I can't argue with you about actually playing it. You know what I mean? So I think there's stuff like that. But anyway. Crow says, Steel, time to go on the subreddits. I don't even do Reddit now. I've never been into Reddit like that. I don't know. I don't know. I've just not been one of my avenues. Sometimes when I hear people talk about that, how long they've kind of been on the internet and forums and stuff, I feel like I missed out. I've been a part of the internet this entire time, and I was never a forum dude. I wasn't on the forums and stuff like that. I was outside or playing games with the homies online. I don't know. Felt weird. That was also always strange to me. How I missed out on that. Tim says, and this is a little bit of me shouting out chat as well. I've been trying to kind of constantly do that. Well, we're going to do proper chat shout outs just because we like to show love to everybody who comes through on a week-to-week basis. Yobi says, read my comment from above if you need assistance with it, bro. What'd you say, Yobi? He says, Yobi says, still, I got you on the clips. Just let me know afterwards what parts do you want me to clip, or you want me to clip the whole show and chop it up. I have the Opus AI creator sub I use. Opus AI is okay, but because of how we have our show set up, it doesn't always do our layout right. I tried to use that a little bit early on, and I also felt like it wasn't pulling out the best moments. Now, it could have definitely got way better. I haven't used it in about a year or so, because that was one of the number one. That was like one of the first shortcuts that I tried to find. Hey, I'm busy, so what could I use that would be a benefit? And I just felt like me creating the shorts myself, because I have it set up to where, before the Stream Deck died, which is like it literally died a week later after I got it, and it's supposedly I could fix it. I just haven't had a chance to get in there. I'd rather get some gaming in with the additional time that I have. But I found it was better for me to just set up because I have a vertical scene for us, and I have a backtrack on there, and I just backtrack everything all based off of that. So it looks better for the show. Actually gets across what I'm trying to get across. So there's limitations to stuff. I do greatly appreciate you though, Yobi. I mean, if you would like to, that's the other thing, how I feel about that. I'm never going to be to ask somebody directly like, yo, chop up my shit. Because unless I can pay you a salary, which I would like to, you know what I'm saying? If I have somebody doing that for me, I'm not gonna ask somebody to do that directly. Now, if that's what you would just like to do, like how you see other people. Again, you got people like Astro Cyborg, who goes into people's chats and he's clipping people up and posting it on Twitter or whatever else the case might be. Astro's missing out on a lot of fucking money for him to be doing it the way that he does. Especially since, well, maybe not, because he can't necessarily, well, no, because people are doing it on TikTok and shit. You see clippers all over the place. And these channels love it because it gets more attention to your content. Right? Like these guys like Kai Cenat and stuff like that, they have clippers. And there's people, these aren't even people they're paying. These are just people who are clipping shit out and making a recurring revenue, and the streamer doesn't see it as a negative because it just helps promote their content. So that's just kind of how I feel. That's just kind of how I feel about it, man. And as far as, because I saw, somebody mentioned asthma earlier. Look, I'm not the overly critique person. I'm not somebody who thinks I have to believe in everybody's way of life to take in their thoughts. That's all that I'll say. Unless you've proven that you're blatantly a certain way, which apparently Pirate Software is blatantly starting to come across a certain way. That's when stuff starts coming in more so into question. Drake Williams. That's Paul responded to Drake. He says, "I didn't take it as shade. Steele and I have had a deep background convos about big topics, so I hear his more complete thoughts when he's making smaller statements." And he was saying no shade.
Oh, no, he told me no shade because he just asked me. Well, he asked why. The stuff about you being mixed and that kind of stuff. And so he just asked why I was shaking my head. And it's because I hear your full thoughts, because I know your full thoughts, because we've had plenty of big conversations about stuff. So I know even when you're making smaller, limited statements here, like I hear the rest of your points. And obviously, again, Steele and I don't agree on everything. All I said in the chat was, nothing's ever going to stop people from being stupid. So
I mean, that's all. I think that's
nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change, and I don't think there's a good answer for it. And I don't necessarily, again, humans are going to be humans, man. And it's across all. I know some people don't believe it, but it's across all. So for me, so that's all.
I mean, the only way that you could try to eliminate that is trying to create a utopia, and people are going to have a problem with the utopia as well. Because people don't like being controlled. Humans don't like being controlled. Point blank, period. There's always going to be bad apples, bro. It's always going to have. It is.
And there's always going to be
a human flaw.
There's always going to be inequality. There's always going to be all of it. All of it. It's the way the world's made up. There's always going to be somebody in a better spot. It's the way it is, and people down that are in worse spots are always going to look at the people in better spots. And a lot of them are always going to have problems. And a lot of people in the better spots are going to look down at the people in worse spots and think that they're better than them. It's human nature, man. It is what it is.
Yeah, unfortunately. The only thing that we can hope for is that we can have more conversation. And
it ain't possible no more either.
People
deal with too many absolutes now, though. So that's the problem.
But you see it with religion, you see it with politics, you see it with all those different things, and everybody has their own walk of life, right?
But it doesn't matter. There's no as you and I have had plenty of big conversations about gray for. Now it's black or white. So, and I don't mean that in the race terms. I just mean that it's
one way or another.
Side or you're not. Either you're good side of things. That's how a lot of people nowadays treat every single topic. Doesn't matter what it is. So unfortunately, those gray area conversations are gone. So whatever.
Crow, thank you for reminding me, because I wanted to mention that earlier and then we got lost in conversation. He had reminded me to read his member chat. He says, Slack Crow with the golden little exotic loot, the golden exotic cachet, who's been a member for 15 months on the Horde of Vor tier. He says, I'm enjoying Death Stranding 1 right now, music 100. Hey, you know, the one thing I will say is that Death Stranding 2 did make me consider possibly booting up Death Stranding 1, but it's not in Game Pass anymore, so I said fuck that, I'm cool. You can get it for real cheap right now. I think it's like
Play Anywhere too, so
yeah, it is.
You buy it once, it's on both. Yeah, that's why I double dipped on it. Yeah, I double dipped on that.
I don't, and also the more that I'm hearing about Death Stranding 2, the more it's like, okay, it's not necessarily what there is more combat, there seem to be more stuff there versus the first game. But again, I also have a bad tendency, typically, there are some excuses, there are some exclusions in there for sure, in between. But typically, if I haven't played the first game, I'll probably won't end up playing the second game. I think Metal Gear is one of the main series where I could say that has been an exclusion, because I played Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, which also is supposed to be like offshoot from typical Metal Gear. Still has some of the characters and stuff in there from regular Metal Gear, like Raiden is from Metal Gear. He was in the games or whatever the case. And then that carried me over because me playing that game is why I had any interest in playing Phantom Pain. But before that, I had never played Metal Gear. And now because I play Phantom Pain and I have that, now I'm interested to play Snake Eater. You know what I mean? So it's like those things. And I saw you mention Yobi. You said, pay me. This is all love, bro. Now, look again, man. I appreciate that. But if you're asking for me to ask you to do that for me, I'm not going to do that unless I was able to pay you. That's a me thing. I can't help that. Maybe because of how I was raised and stuff like that. I just don't believe necessarily people doing work for free unless you're choosing deliberately. Because and that's something that I said from the very beginning of Living Split Screen. If people feel passionately enough about our conversation, and that's the biggest compliment that I could ever have, and I think that Living Split Screen could ever have, is people clipping our content. I get people that get emotional about it, right? And take it out. Oh, wait, they're clipping me and taking me out of context. Clip me, share it, have your opinions. I think that's kind of the point. You should embrace that. But when you can't say people are taking you out of context when there's literally 5 to 10 minute video, like that's not out of context now. I also think that some may have lost what that means. When there's a minute long clip, okay, maybe there's some lost content. Maybe I'll give you 3 minutes. Maybe there's some lost context. Maybe. But what people are doing, upwards of 5 to 20 minute segments and clipping things that you've said, that's not out of context anymore. maybe that's just the way that I see it, but I think people should be welcome. I mean, again, the fact that that's something that you should embrace. The fact that somebody's even doing it in the first place means they're paying attention to your content. I thought that's kind of the goal. You know what I mean? And if you don't like how people are critiquing you, maybe I was always taught that, hey, if enough people are saying something, maybe it is something that you need to look at internally. So, and Lydian says Snake Eater is a fantastic Metal Gear Solid game to get into still. That's good to hear. That's really good to hear. I mean, that gets me excited. I like the way that the new game is looking, because again, I've admitted that I'm not going to go back and play the older games unless they bring them forward and update them. But no, I'm again off of playing Metal Gear or Rise of Revengeance and then Phantom Pain, and I am interested to play Snake Eater, so I'm definitely want to do that. Let's see. Lydia says, timeline-wise, Snake Eater is the first MGS. Really? Timeline-wise, Snake Eater is the first Metal Gear Solid? I didn't know that. See, I always find that shit interesting. More and more that you hear, like, timeline-wise, like, because, we have that thing where devs create games and then they go back and say, oh, well, this is the actual first game after you've kind of created your story, which I understand. You have your initial vision and then there's ways to flush out that vision. So, but if that's true, that makes me even more excited, because then it's like, wow, I can actually get a basis of how all this started. You know what I mean? I like that. Bold says, yeah, you play as the guy Snake is cloned from. Oh shit. Well,
1960s or something like that.
Well, then that's dope. Because maybe I can actually find out who fucking Snake is, who the real Snake is. Because people were telling me that the Snake in Phantom Pain was the real Snake. Again, it's all over the place. So yeah, no, that gets me a lot more interested, man. Eastside says, well, still, you and Pong don't have outrageous hot takes like some. That's why you don't care about being clipped. But that's the thing, like, if people truly believe what they're saying, is it really an outrageous hot take?
Nah, if you're gonna have outrageous hot takes, then why say them if you got a problem with what people think about them, right? Like, that's weird to me too. And again, a lot of these dudes that get clipped are old.
No.
They're not as old as me, but a lot of them are in the late 30s, early 40s. Like, at some point, like, you're a public figure saying things publicly
on the internet,
like on the internet, like, on purpose. Like, why do you have a problem with people talking about you? Like, I don't like your family. I get, like, when it starts to go on again, as Steele's always said, when it gets personal, right? And it's not about the subject matter. It's not about the substance of what you were saying, but it turns into just a pure 100% insult or going after the family or the kids or whatever, which has happened to even people that I don't like per se, but it's gone against that. I will always say that that's shit, and that's completely out of bounds and out of line. But if it's just basically people making fun of what you're saying, I don't care if it's a 30-second clip out of context or if it's a full thing. You roll with that shit. The way people get up in their feelings and start talking about, I'm going to copy
it's they're stalking.
What the? Who cares? That should be a compliment. You should be flattered that somebody cares enough to sit around and watch your content all day and clip the shit out of you.
That's how I would take it.
That's exactly how I would take it too. And again, I will never be the person who sits here and thinks that everything I say when we sit here on show for freaking 3, 4, 5 hours, that I've never said anything stupid, crazy, dumb, or completely flat out wrong. That's why when I say something that I remember or I find out later, like, was completely wrong, I try to come back on the next show and tell you guys, hey, I was wrong about this. But like, to think that I haven't said some crazy, outrageous opinion, or that my opinions haven't changed since I first started podcasting 5 years ago, I have to freely admit, completely wrong about what Xbox was doing, where they were going, what was going to happen with Game Pass. Like, I'm not the dude who tries to cover that shit up, because I'm not out here trying to claim that I'm 100% correct. I'm not trying to claim that I'm this all-knowing person, because again, nobody in this space outside of actual devs, publishers, whatever, actually, like Steele said, have an honest to goodness clue. You can think you have the best opinion in the world. You can think that you are straight up knowledgeable enough to absolutely know what is going on inside these studios. But unless you are in the board, unless you are in those in those meetings, unless you are actually creating the game, all of us are in the same freaking boat. And again, that's why I always I can't stand the people who try to gatekeep conversations when they are not devs themselves, when they are not publishers themselves. Hey, gatekeeping in general, anybody can have an opinion. Nobody has to listen to it. Nobody has to give anybody an audience. It's shit. Yeah. So that's freedom. But to think that yours is the only somehow this so much better, and that you're not speculating, that you are speaking in facts as some of these people out here present themselves to be, and how they downplay anybody else because, they're just spreading, they're spreading misinformation, the favorite word of the propagandized mass media. They're just spreading misinformation. The fuck do you think you're doing? It's all speculation. All of it. All of it. Again, you don't have to agree. You don't have to like what other people say. None of that shit. But you're all just speculating. You're so sure just because you know how to use big words, dictionary, you speak well, just because of all of that does not make your opinion that much better. Just because you're right about some things does not mean all of a sudden you're right about everything. There is nobody batting 1,000. There is nobody batting 1,000. So again, this whole idea that, oh, we can't talk about this or can't have conversations about that.
Exactly.
Bullshit. Get out of here. We're all speculating. We're all giving our opinions. We're all talking out of our asses. If you want to go that route, we are all talking out of our asses. Again, I try to stay informed, unlike many of these professionals out here who seemingly don't know just heard this week, Steele, that the Xbox ROG Ally X was already out in people's hands. It was already available for purchase. How do you do news, a video game news on a daily basis, Steele? That's your profession on YouTube, and you think that the ROG Ally X released. How is that even possible? And you spend your days talking about Xbox.
Yeah, because they got it. There's a version of it out right now. I mean, it's the first ROG Ally.
That's the kind of stuff where I go,
Ally.
I just don't know how people could take them seriously. But again, you're going to put yourself above others and try to claim that you are a better representation of the news. And you don't even know what the fuck basics are out here in the gaming space. And you talk about it daily and you get paid for it.
The stuff that's like most talked about too. That's the thing. I get having bias to the point, like having for things that you're interested in. 1000%. Again, like I get you, but it's another thing when this is your job, and you should be a little bit more informed if you are in. This is all you talk about on a daily basis. It blows me up.
So stupid, man. Anyways,
well. Enough conversation, I guess, for a second before we talk about what we've been playing, because we haven't done that at all. Paul, if you want to shout out these beautiful people in chat who have been just gassing us up and just delivering such creative conversations for us to kind of jump off that springboard. We're 2 hours in and just nothing but passion, nothing but love. But yeah, if you want to shout these beautiful people out who have just been listening to us blab so far, please do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, you did a lot of my heavy lifting anyways. But yeah, let's get the chat shout out. Ghost 359 member for 14 months. Welcome aboard. Choo-choo, motherfucker. Thank you for joining us, Ghost Wolf. We got the MF Great. You're never late here, MF Great. So again, we never really did official intros. We're 2 hours in. So whatever. It doesn't mean anything. Nam. Oh, thank you, brother, for being here. Of course, the one and only Nixie's been engaging as he always want to do on a Saturday. Thank you, Nixie, for being here. And yes, Nixie, it is fun speculation. Absolutely. And we've got East Side Vandal dropping on in here today as well. Here, and no, I am not a logician. Okay, no. That's exactly what I was saying. I'm the opposite. I'm not gonna claim that garbage. Thank you for being here, Eastside. We got the one and only God, Sofa King, dropping in here. Great to see you, sir. Appreciate you so much. We got Tim the Sorcerer. Of course, Tim the Sorcerer is always dropping by. Thank you, sir. Great to see you. Who else we got in here? We got Master dropping by on a Saturday morning. Thanks for stopping by. We got the Sly Crow. What is going on, Sly Crow? Great to see you in here as well.
Bro,
we got
why'd you send me this ad mortem? Why did you send me this game? It looks fucking phenomenal.
Did you see that? PvP, PvE, bro. PvP, PvE, everything co-op. Like
it looks like a darker For Honor. Like what the?
I know, but with like actual right
first and third person as well. Dismemberment is crazy.
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you. Again, there's just so many fucking games being made, bro. It's so stupid. I saw it pop up and I was like, holy shit, what is this? Sly Crow, thank you for being here. We got the Legendary. What's going on, Legendary? Great to see you as well, brother. Thank you for being here. One of the coolest people in the entire community. Always, brother. Your support is amazing. Oh, Little Fuzz, of course, in here. What's going on, Boulder? Great to see you as well, sir. Thank you. Who else? Again, there's been so much conversation. You guys are all up in here. We got the Drake. 6069 in here. What's going on, Drake? Great to see you. We got the MG. Oh, that's right. I don't need to read these numbers. YouTube added those numbers, didn't they? That's the controversy.
I think it's the same thing that Xbox did. To where if you don't have a complete unique name, that they'll add numbers to it.
Yeah. I heard about this because everybody was getting pissed off about it. MG, what's going on, MG? And great to see you. And what's going on? Wait. Okay, there we go. Scroll. What's going on, Oats? Thank you, sir, for being here again. Appreciate the compliment, sir. David. What's going on, David Billups? Great to see you, sir. Thanks for dropping on by. Jag, just a gamer. What's going on, Jag, just a gamer? Thank you for dropping in here and saying hi to us this morning. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Ray, of course, is here. What's going on, Ray? Great to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. The one and only, of course, Ducado. What's going on,
Ducado?
Great to see you. Says time to get my heal skills on in Mecha break.
Oh, there you go, Ducado. Hopefully I see you out there, bro. Hopefully we can actually get some fucking gaming in at some point, Ducado. I'll be seeing you online, rocking with the homies and stuff like that, man. Maybe Mecha Break be the one that first Ascendant too. How we played with you one time, Ducado.
Yeah, we did play with you.
I know timing. I know timing is everything. Timing is everything, bro. It's hard. It's difficult. I get it.
Sears is in here. I think that used to be just Sin. What's going on, Sin? Great to see you. Who else we got in here? We got Mishi. What do you do? Michiovelli. Okay, he went with Michiovelli. What's going on? Being here. Appreciate you dropping in. Let me see here. Scroll. J-Ram1. What's going on, J-Ram1? Thanks for dropping by and saying hi this morning. Blind Giant. What's going on, Blind Giant? To see you. Thanks for being here with us on a Saturday morning. You guys all make the show go as much as we do. That's why we love you so much. That's why we always do this. Game on Jesse to drop in here. What's going on? Game on Jesse. Great to see you. This Tim Dog is saying Game Pass did not work, like it's gone or something. Again, Tim is a master troll. Tim, I have zero problem with Tim. I knew what he was doing from the beginning, and it worked out just the way he wanted it to. So whatever. Not everything Tim has said has been wrong or outrageous. A lot of it I do agree with, but again, yes, you're right, Game on Jesse. People, when they say their opinions, sometimes it feels like it's an absolute, like Xbox is dead. Of course fucking Xbox isn't dead, right? And if you press them on the topic, they will actually talk about it. Obviously, Tim is talking about from the internal numbers of Game Pass, what they wanted to hit. That did not work out. And we know that that's a fact because that came out in the ABK acquisition emails. We knew what their internal goals were. Satya was being, his bonus used to be a part of Game Pass.
Yeah.
And the minute they started seeing that it wasn't doing what it was supposed to be doing, Satya had that portion of his bonus removed, that qualifier removed from his bonus structure. So that's what Tim's talking about. But no, Game Pass is still got a solid 35 million. And obviously they've seen growth on PC Game Pass a lot. So that's why they continue to invest. They're not slowing down on Game Pass investment. Thing I've said, it's obvious. Like they're if Game Pass was failing that badly, they would not be investing the way they are in Game Pass right now. So again, ride it till the wheels fall off, man. But great to see you here. Game on, Jesse. Appreciate you being here, brother, for sure. Who else we got in here?
Real quick, Fahim says basically still there's Naked Snake Big Boss who was trained by the boss who was cloned to create 3 snakes, the less infantile projects, Solid Snake, Liquid Snake, and Solidus. So who the fuck is the boss? Is that Snake too? Because you said he was trained by the boss who was cloned to create 3 snakes.
I appreciate
that make the boss snake?
This shit, but seriously.
So so I would imagine the boss would be, so the boss is Snake too, and then he trained Naked Snake. So they're all the same people.
Basically, yes. They're clone.
Hey, well, if Snake Eater is supposed to be the first, I fucking hope that it gives me a little bit more clear, because I like the concept Kojima, of it. That's Kojima shit. That is that Kojima shit. I like that weird shit in games, bro. Where you make me think about shit so much to the point where you're like, oh, what the fuck? Like,
that's why it's too bad. That's why it's too bad Death Stranding doesn't appeal, because Death Stranding's story is pure Kojima. It's pure 100% Kojima, and I think you would really enjoy the story and trying to figure shit out and where it takes you. because it is wild.
Well, that's why I wanted to try it on Game Pass, but
yeah.
I was going to say
but I do appreciate Fahim trying to
appreciate that.
Distill that down, and it's still no. Like, go watch the people who have made YouTube videos of shit. Gets crazy. Joe Dunmore, what's going on, Joe? Always great to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. Who we got in here? Says, imagine if every publisher had their own console. Oh my god.
That would be like a fucking mess.
It would be like subscription services, like, and we saw how that's worked.
That would be a fucking mess.
It'd be a crazy. No, you can't.
That's
do
what I'm
that,
saying.
bro.
But again, that's why I say I don't think there should be that separation hard where you can do the ecosystem separation and then still accomplish your goal. But to each their own.
I appreciate you, Talos. What's going on, Talos Ray? Thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate you jumping in as always. Who else we got?
Yobi did say, Pong, I appreciate you, bro. Thanks for showing love on that tweet, man. I'm so motivated more than ever, bro. Live a split screen. Thank you, man. Seriously, both of y'all.
It's great to see you, brother. And I'm I was telling Stu in the background, I'm trying to wean myself off of social media, so you're gonna see me less. At least consistently. I'm gonna try to get on, still do. I'm a retweeter more than I am a poster. You guys know that. I'm sure 75% of the people have me muted. Shit, I don't give. Again, I'm not there. I'm not there for likes.
They have you muted because you retweet shit?
Oh, people get upset when you retweet as much as I do. Because I'll go on a retweet spree where all of a sudden I'll retweet like 5-6 things in a row. Yeah, for sure.
I retweet all kinds of shit.
It fills up their timeline. It fills up their time. So again, it's one of those things. I don't care. Again, doesn't bother me.
I thought we're trying to share
because
content.
I'm not there for. Yeah. That's what I do too. I share what I like.
I will say
a mix of things. Yeah.
I will say. What I'm trying to get better about is if I retweet something that I do provide like a quick thought, just a quick one. I'm trying to get better about that because
it would just I would be there long. They're right, and that's good. That is good. I would just be there long. Again, when I'm at work, I'm just scrolling through and retweeting something I see. But I'm gonna be weaning myself off more and more and more so that 15-minute blocks. And try to keep up to date what's going on. I got to get out of this. The scrolling is addictive for me. I was telling Steele in the background. I'm not afraid to admit that. Again, I have an addictive personality, but the scrolling is a problem. Like it really. I'm not talking doom scrolling because I'm not one of those. I've cleaned up my timeline so I don't see a lot of negativity shit. But I'll get lost, and I like to go down rabbit holes. And I'm one of those people who like Google things that when I come across something I'm not aware of, if it's very interesting, I will Google it and I'll go down that rabbit hole and start looking at information and trying to, see what it's about or, whatever the case may be. I'm one of those people. So for me, scrolling is, I swear to God, all of a sudden 45 minutes have gone by. And, like it's nuts. And I'll look up and I'll be like, holy shit. Yeah. So, no, I appreciate you, Yobi, for sharing. Anytime I come across your stuff, that's the other hard part too. Is that there's just so much out there. Like I don't see Steele's tweets. I was gonna tell you, Steele, you need to, if you're gonna go live with your breakfast or whatever, DM me so I at least can retweet on that stuff because I don't see it. I don't see you. Like literally, we've had this conversation in the background. We both miss each other's shit.
We interact. I don't see your shit either though. I saw one of your posts for the first time in a while. I'm like, damn, Paul don't share shit.
That's what I'm saying.
So when you say you're retweeting, I'm like, I don't
shit.
even see your retweets.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I rarely see yours. Like it's the weirdest thing. Why we don't, as much as we're on each other's shit, I have no idea. Yeah. Anyway, DM me with that shit so I can retweet it. But yeah, appreciate you so much, Yobi. Again, for all you're doing, brother, and good work, man. Hard work, man. Just keep it up. Lover God. What's going on, Lover God? Great to see you. He said, did playing it at 30 FPS, this was way back when we were talking about Hellblade. Did playing it at 30 FPS make your experience worse? Personally, yes.
Well, I didn't play it.
I'd much rather play at 60. I played it. Again, I didn't have a problem with it because it is a slower paced game, except for the fight scenes. And of course, it's gorgeous, right? I would much rather, and I've been very consistent on this, 60 frames is absolutely. I will take lesser resolution to play 60 frames on console. Abso-freaking-lutely, okay? That is a thing. So yes, compared to when I get to play that, I'll go back and check it out at 60 frames. I can guarantee you I will like the 60 frames version much better than I did the because to me it is very I can play games. I'm not one of those people who say that 30 frames is unplayable. I'm not that dude at all. But to me, there is a dramatic difference in the feel of the game at 60 frames versus 30 frames. And to me, I appreciate the 30 frames much better. As much as Todd Howard likes to say, it's more cinematic experience, whatever. I don't give a shit. To me, I like the feel of 60 frames. So pure and simple. So yes, technically speaking, was a worse experience. Ron Slusher, what's going on, Ron? He says Hellblade, just play Stellar Blade. I don't think it sucks. I think it's a specific type of game. It's a specific type of Ninja Theory likes to. He said Hellblade 2 sucks. Just play Stellar Blade. Two different games. Two different things. Ninja Theory, what they did to
way different.
Yeah, what they did to explore Senua's mental state and what she's going through, and the atmosphere of that world, and what second to none. Like, again, they have a purpose behind what type of game they're making. Again, you can go back and look at something like they did, like Heavenly Sword, and say they could make a Stellar Blade if they wanted to. If they had wanted to make Hellblade, if they had wanted to make Hellblade, yes, DMC. If they had wanted to make Hellblade,
they have
a Stellar Blade. They could. Oh yeah, bro, they know how to do it. They've done it. That's not what they're going for. That's not the type of studio they are. They're a boutique studio who wants to make a very emotional, experience. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I think they nailed it for what they wanted to do. Now, is it the most exhilarating game but it's not meant to be for me. Is it the greatest game I ever played? No, because it's not my favorite style of game. However, when I was in that world was beautiful. That world was torturous. That world was nightmarish. That world was everything that they set out to create. And Senua's adventure, if you want to call it that, is for what they were shooting for, is top notch in my opinion. So, but again, Stellar Blade, if I am side by side, which one?
I'd pick Stellar Blade.
Fucking day, hands down.
Yeah,
100. It's not even funny.
Yeah, it's not remotely close. And you could argue and say that Stellar Blade is not as graphically impressive as
it's not.
Hellblade is.
No,
again, it's also two different style of games. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I can't. When you're comparing the two, I can't make a direct comparison other than what would I like to play. And when you start comparing that, then you have to look at the gamer itself and say, hey, what kind of games do you typically like to play? I liked Hellblade, and I'm more of an action-oriented gamer, right? I like the first and I like the second one. I didn't fully complete the second one because I had something that came out that drew my attention. I think that is, again, like I had mentioned this before, that has been my biggest problem since I've stepped into the gaming community. I have, and I blame Pong too, but I have grazed a little bit more. I will pop off of a game, but I'll also be like, I've also started to be a little bit more honest with myself about, like, if I'm not enjoying the experience, I'm just not enjoying the experience. That's why I dropped off of Final Fantasy 16. I probably would never play that fucking game again. I'm good. I think 15 was a better overall game.
Bro,
by comparison. Overall, as a game, I think 15 was better.
I can't believe you. Story alone, out the gate, 16 blows 15 out of the fucking.
Oh, no, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Well, I can't even.
Story, but I'm talking about as an overall game. With as far as like story. And they also made changes in 15 later that, because I played it on initial release and then I watched my wife play it, the updated version.
Yeah, I played the changes.
No, story wise, I hear you. Story wise, I do hear you.
But
16 is interesting. Boy band,
like
I thought it was all right.
Anyways, like I said, I don't know if we're going to talk about what we've been playing, but I did play through the 16 demo. So again, now I have perspective. I do have a little bit of problem with the story. I'm not going to talk about it because it's spoiler kind of in a way. I did have a problem with the opening and how the setup. I did not like the end of the setup to the story at all. I thought it was a terrible decision. But anyways, overall, 16 was a great experience so far, and I'm going to play it at some point. Who did I see jump in here? Retro Nerd. Thank you for being here. And he said, I feel I'm the same, Pong. I fall down the rabbit hole for. Yeah, I know I'm not alone. There is a large percentage of us who do see things that are interesting and then go look them up and try to learn. Again, I used to be in my younger days, filled with useless knowledge And that was before the internet. Like, I would just know random shit, like, about the stupidest topics ever that would never get me anywhere in life, but I would know them, right? That's how it used to be, and that just carries over now with the internet age, especially, like, with X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. But that is, like, crack to me. Like, that is, like, oh my, because there's always somebody talking about something that I've never heard of before if you scroll. And it's like, yo, what is that? Yo, is this real? And that's the other part of it nowadays too. I am not going to just trust anything I see on the internet. If it's even slightly questionable, I go look it up just to see, because I'm like, nah.
You can't do that. You can't even trust everything that you pull up on Google. You can't do that.
But everybody does nowadays. Everybody just trusts it, goes with
it. Especially
since
like, AI is there now. Now I've noticed more so. I don't know if it was just this year or how long this has been happening, but and maybe I just was ignoring it too. AI, again, you talk about AI. When you type something in to the search, it automatically comes with an AI that tries to break down or give you an answer to what you're looking for.
Right.
Which I think is useful, but even then you still want to look deeper and find,
it's wrong a lot of the time.
It does tend to be not
the video game answers that it gives, because I've asked I was asking about Strangers of Paradise. I said, is this a play anywhere game? And they're like, yes, it is. And they went on to actually quote, like, I'm like, wait.
No, it's not.
I'm like, I got to look this shit up. And I'm like, this is not a fucking play anywhere game. I've done it on multiple games. And I'm like, yo, what are we doing? But anyways, yeah, it is important to it is important shit. I read on the internet. Be confirmed. Yeah, absolutely, Yobi. Absolutely, Yobi. Again, that's something that's going to need to be taught in schools now. And they're probably not going to, because this is what they want. This is what they've always wanted. Continue to dumb down generation of people, because a dumb generation is easier to control. So they're not going to teach this, just like they never taught us or anybody how to actually do useful things in life, like business and that kind of stuff, unless you took specific, which should have just been general classes that given to everybody. They're not going to teach kids how to go search. They're not going to teach kids how to go look up things properly. Because again, this is what they want. They want to sow confusion, and AI is going to be the master of this. The boomers, I work with boomers. The owner of my company is a boomer. She believes everything on her Facebook page.
Oh yeah, that's even worse.
On her
much worse.
We have access, because part of our business is done through her Facebook page as well. So we have access to her Facebook page. So I see what is pumped to her every day based upon her interests and who she's followed. Bro, you would not. I was like, no fucking wonder shit is so messed up right now, because she literally does. I've had arguments with her. We don't even talk about it again. We've had arguments about shit. But I was like, where are you getting this from? And then I started looking at her Facebook feed. I was like, oh my God, no wonder, man. But yeah, AI is going to be that way for all.
Facebook is the absolute worst to get your fucking information. Not saying that there can't be some good information there, but Lord Jesus, the stuff that people share is insane.
Oh, no. And AI is going to make it 10,000 times worse. Anyways, thank you, chat. All caught up now. Steel, what topic we're going to get into? Because I'm going to go make a phone call that I told you how to make.
Yeah, do your thing. We're probably going to get into the stop killing games. Let's keep it. We'll keep it passionate.
Yeah, I'll let you set up. We got you start that shit, and I know where we're at. So I watched videos, and I'm up to speed on it. So we're good.
I got you.
All right, cool. I'll be back.
Yobi says, because you mentioned this earlier, he said, I'm still geeking off of that Anubis post. I'm going to become Pong for a while, so no fear there. He says, I'm still geeking off that Anubis post you made the other day. Man, I would love that be made into a game, man. Wow. Yeah, I mean, on the same lines. In case you guys are interested, let me see if I ended up bookmarking it. I could probably just go down my list and honestly go from there. But it is, let's see if I can actually pull this up for you guys. Yeah, it's this right here. So I made a post on X, because I've been kicking around an idea for a game for quite some time. This is like my dream game if I could ever have it be made. And I don't get why it hasn't been looked at, or why Egyptian mythology specifically doesn't get more content that comes from it. But ideally, the concept is, what if death wasn't the end but the beginning of divine judgment? An emotionally driven, visually explosive action RPG where you are chosen by Anubis to enforce balance in a corrupted pantheon, hack and slash and ascend through death itself, then return in New Game Plus as Osiris. If you're familiar with the story of Anubis, with Anubis and Osiris, there's a lot of family ties and things that are in there as well. So it can get real deep. And there's a reason why you want to tie where you bring Osiris into it, to be kind of the clarity of the story, and then have that like final decision that you could kind of make at the end, right? So and then I went on to say it would have stylish combat inspired by Devil May Cry and Nier, combo-based, flashy, and reactive. It'd have a resurrection loop. Each death reshapes the world and the player. Shadow of Mordor style evolution, so it would introduce kind of the nemesis system with your enemies and stuff like that. So it would be... It probably would be open world. I don't know how I would end up approaching that though either. It would probably be like open world, kind of like Nier, where you can kind of you'll be able to go through similar stuff, but all your progression carries over. So like things that you did up to a point, because since you would be playing a different perspective, of course, like you wouldn't be able to do all the things that Anubis did, but you would be able to see at a point you would start seeing the effects that ended up happening. Or it would be like Osiris would be kind of the previous, so it gives you context to why Anubis went through things the way that he did, and then that final confrontation, and then whoever ends up being the big boss, because y'all went into fighting each other. You would be a major decision that you would make there toward that at the end. There'd be other decisions made throughout the story, but you'd make a decision there at the end, and then depending on what your decision there is, there'd be one last boss that you would fight after that, to kind of solidify whatever your decision was. And it would have like Mass Effect style, where it can be Paragon or Renegade, I believe that's what it is. Excuse me if I'm incorrect on that. So it's like depending on how you go through the story, especially with Anubis, depending on what side you tend to take, what decisions that you make, it would lean one side versus the other. So are you the more of the evil god, or are you trying to strike that balance and find the quote unquote good, whatever, correct path or whatever? Again, like I said, divine choices, Mass Effect style decisions, and a spectacle presentation, Asura's Wrath type of energy, right? So again, I think this is already kind of doing a lot, so I don't know how possible this would be, but this is kind of like that dream scenario. So I've just that's what Yobi was talking about when I brought that up in chat there. So shout out to that. Yeah, it would be 3D. It would be an action adventure game. Behind the character, you controlling them. I would even, because you are chosen by Anubis through death, your character would have kind of like Berserker Kazan is kind of the easiest that I can pick. Yeah, you were a warrior or whatever the case, and you went through things behind the scenes, and maybe there was some form of hatred there, and that's why you ended up dying. But you are given another chance, and you kind of evolve. It would be, of course, it'd probably have some like mecha stylization to it, right? It'd be kind of futuristic in that way, because I think that would allow you to kind of play with the character designs a little more, and make them really unique. And that could also add on to it, because hey, what if these bosses, these gods, quote unquote, that you're fighting are actual people chosen by the gods who represent them, or whatever the case, kind of like how you saw in kind of like Moon Knight in that way, right? It would be something along those lines. Again, I know it's kind of all over the place, but Yobi says Anubis story is part 1, and then New Game Plus would be Osiris and his take on things. Yeah, bro. That's exactly what my goal would be. 1000%. Fahim says, if anything, still the fight at the end of the Capitol building alone is worth Metal Gear Solid 2. But isn't Metal Gear Solid 2 more top down? I don't like that. I like the Phantom Pain style, behind the character, being able to move around, shake, assassinate folks. I like that. Third person Hades, then similar. Maybe not a roguelite or anything like that, but maybe some of that. I would like to do where you do some procedural generation. That's what would play into the resurrection effect. So you have some of those differences, and there would probably be limited differences as well. But I just think the concept is dope. But I just wanted to bring that up in case y'all were wondering. I got a game idea. Maybe one day somebody will help me figure out how to streamline things down. Because it's one thing to have an idea; it's another thing to actually put it to use. So
2 to 3 years, AI will be able to write it for you. Steel, don't worry about it.
Maybe. I mean, there's some of that I've already tried to play with. I mean, again, even with ChatGPT, it'll walk you through the steps to do what you need to do in Unreal. I don't know how legit it would be, but when you ask it, when you prompt it to literally walk you through, hey, this is what I'm looking for. This is the kind of combat mechanics that I'm thinking. Hey, this is what I'm considering. It'll spit out the code for it, what you need to do, the framing for it, and then if you put it in Unreal and you need to adjust it. And I think I would probably end up using Unity, because I heard Unity is a little bit more forgiving as far as that goes for the type of game that I would want. Again, it being more akin to Nier and stuff like that. So
them UE5 jiggle physics, bro. Come on, bro.
Oh, that's true. It does have it. Fahim says Metal Gear Solid 2, it isn't top down. Do I have to show you Metal Gear Solid 2 gameplay? Maybe I need to look it up my damn self. But Pong, I mean, before we get into the Stop Killing Games, Snafu, was there any games or anything like that you did have a chance to kind of jump into this week? I know you said you hadn't played much.
I mean, I could do a bunch of weird ones or whatever the case. Again, I'm not playing anything consistently. I'm playing a bunch of shit right now. But I played through the Final Fantasy 16 demo. Played till the end of the demo. Again, I'll say what I said on Thursday this week, that first impressions are excellent. Okay, that game is beautiful, but it is an RPG light. Okay, like flat, it's an action game. Okay, like anybody who wants to argue, go, I don't care about that argument, whatever. Yes, it still has RPG aspects to it, but it is Square has gone so far away from what makes traditional RPGs, especially Eastern RPGs, that it's like, okay, whatever. But that doesn't bother me because it is what it is. Do I wish it was more RPG-ish? Yes. As a mainline Final Fantasy game, I think Matt brought up this point. If this was a spin-off game, okay, do what you want to do. But mainline Final Fantasies, I would still like to have a lot of RPG. But that's neither here nor there. It is what it is. Story-wise, really, again, I have a problem with how the lead up and the end of the beginning of the game, because basically the demo walks you through the whole intro of the game, so you get to know the characters, etc. Very cool. Amazing. Again, beautiful. Very mature, which I appreciate. You guys know this. Very mature. Actually, more mature than I thought it was going to be. I had heard people talk about that, but honestly, I was like, okay. Again, you're talking to me like an adult. You're writing a story to me as if I'm an adult playing your game, which is the way it should fucking be. Because no 8-year-olds are playing Final Fantasy. Oh, I shouldn't say. Not many 8-year-olds are playing Final Fantasy 16. So treat us all like adults. Appreciated the hell out of that. Action, the combat, fun as hell to learn. And again, there's some pairing, there's some dodging to it. If you want to use it, do you have to per se? No, but that's my type of action style game. So I'm like, oh, this is cool. Like, I don't mind pairing every once in a while. You get some bonus action to it. But learning the combos, getting the magic down, that kind of skills down, that was cool. And it's gorgeous. Again, the combat just off the charts. Photo mode, they even threw in a photo mode, which I always know I always appreciate. Loved it, man. Get to appreciate the graphics even more. All that is great. So I really enjoy Final Fantasy 16. I will be picking it up down the road. I have too much to play, and I have way too much going on in real life right now, so that's not going to work out at all. I will play Final Fantasy 16 down the road. I think it's that good. To me personally, I want to see where it's going. I've always said that I think Final Fantasy is in its best form, even though 10 is my favorite. There's rumors, by the way, Steel, to redo 10. Oh, shit, they're going to bring back Titus? Let's fucking go. Anyways, even though 10 is my favorite, I still say that Final Fantasy is in its best form when they do high fantasy. I think the high fantasy settings in Final Fantasy just work the best, and this one, to me, shows up that way as well. I just think it's fantastic. The other interesting one I played this week is Star Wars Outlaws. And again, you guys are going for old games. I jumped into the demo. I jumped into the demo.
Oh, it's demo. Okay.
You know,
I know you were having Ubisoft problems and all that.
Yeah, no, after the whole fiasco, yeah, no, they're not getting my money until their games are on deep sale. Okay. But anyways, the demo's out for it still and has been, and I just haven't jumped into it, but I had cleared space for Final Fantasy 16 demo, and I was like, oh shit, I can Star Wars Outlaws in there, because I was in the demo section, of course, scrolling through the demo section in the Xbox. So I was like, oh, okay, let's do it. The same thing. I don't think you were listening to me and Mav when we started the show when we talked about this, but still, okay, is her character model ugly in a lot of instances in that game? Abso-freaking-lutely, and I've got a problem with it.
Really?
There are times when she looks fine, but there are a lot of parts still.
Does she look more like alien-like to you?
Yes.
Like they try to make her
they purposely did it. I can't. Massive is a phenomenal studio. I love Massive as a studio. You can't have the rest of the world still with as much detail as it does, and other characters looking good, and tell me that they didn't purposely make her fucking. I'm sorry. And again, conspiracy theory me all you want. I don't care. I don't give a shit. They did it on purpose. They dummied her down. They had to have. There's no way a main character should look like that. Anyways, so that's one of the, obviously was the big talking point prior to launch that caused a whole lot of problems.
And there's a mod on PC that fixes her face.
Of course there is. But the other problem was the stealth. Now, I don't know what version the demo is, but obviously it's one of the newer versions. Launched it after when they announced the DLC was coming, blah, blah, blah. And it was after they had fixed the stealth mode. Okay. Because the stealth mode was unforgiving. The AI was bullshit, supposedly. That was a real complaint from a lot of people about the gameplay mechanic that turned a lot of people off. Okay. I'm not experiencing that because I'm playing an updated version.
Right.
Nixie, not you in the chat, Nixie.
Oh, the
Nix is as annoying and stupid as I thought it was going to be. Just up front, it is. It's pointless. Disney needs to stop doing this shit. Everybody who makes Star Wars needs to stop doing this shit. We've had enough of those. If it's appropriate, I don't have a problem with it. But this bullshit of just having one in every area just because, great. It does things. Anything it does is nothing that we couldn't do without it. So whatever. Anyways, it's dumb. But I have no idea why this game didn't get more.
Why didn't what?
Why it didn't get more love.
Really?
I don't understand.
I saw some people bigging it up. Like if you've actually played it, it's a decent game.
If you are a Star Wars fan and you put up with Jedi Survivor's faults and all that kind of stuff.
Really?
Okay.
That sounds like I need to play it.
Well, I guess the only thing the only understanding I will have still is that people want to be Jedi. I've always said that I'm sick of being Jedi. Yeah. I want to be Sith.
I don't always have to be Jedi.
Okay. Right. But I'm just saying the power fantasy in Star Wars is that. Okay.
Well,
or maybe being like the bounty hunter, like one of the bounty hunters.
That's how they solved the game, though.
We've had those games. Anyways.
More bounty
hunter. So I can kind of see that stuff. But if you're a Star Wars fan, like, and I played 5-6 hours of Outlaws now. Maybe.
Oh, wow.
Maybe okay. Maybe, yeah. I can't remember
somewhere
how long
in there.
Was. No, maybe not that. Maybe like 3 hours. Maybe 3 hours. 3 hours. Maybe
something like that. Okay.
Yeah, something like that. It's on one planet. You start out in space, number one, and you're out in space still, and obviously it's a demo, so that they got everything chopped and kind of cut up, and so again, you don't have the full. You don't have the full exposure, right? But I was sitting in space, and it tells me right away directly that I need to go land. I get orders to land on the planet. Well, what do? I do this in every freaking game that's semi-open world or open world. I turn my ass around and I go the opposite direction of where the game's telling me to see. So I turn my ass ship around. Still, I found a random base being attacked by the Hutt gang. I found a random space station being attacked by the Hut game and got into a space battle right out the gates. I was like, okay. And of course, my ship's not upgraded.
In the demo.
In the demo. Crazy, but I'm just saying, I just turned around and went the opposite direction it was telling me to go, and I found something random. And I helped out. I forget which crew was fighting the Huts, but I helped them out. So I got a taste of space battle up front. Again, my ship wasn't upgraded, so it was kind of bullshit weak, whatever else. I died once, I think. Came back in. But I eventually helped them. You obviously have a reward system for the different gangs. Obviously, as you help or hurt them, favorability goes up or down, and you can be hunted by the gangs if you piss them off.
I heard that was a negative on the game, that the effect that you have on the gangs don't really do anything story wise.
No,
so
I'm sure
that would be a negative for me. But
I'm sure it doesn't do anything story wise, but it's going to increase your counters, right? Or shit, because a lot of this game is that too. Anyways, I don't mind it. Whatever, they tacked it on, cool, whatever. I wasn't expecting Mass Effect. Okay, I was not expecting that from this game. So, anyways, did that. Landed on the planet Tatooine. So it's a desert planet, but it's ripped straight out of Star Wars. And the whole feeling of the space battle and being inside my ship and talking to the characters still, writing out the gate, not too bad, not too cringy, not too stupid. The writing's actually pretty good. Character acting, very well done. Like, I'm impressed. Whole atmosphere, Star Wars through and through, the sounds, still everything as you would expect it to be, but it's all there and it's all put together really well. Step out of my spaceship, get on my speeder, head out on Tatooine. Exactly what you think. Speeder feels fucking good. It's got turbo. You can jump. You can do all sorts of shit. Cool.
Okay.
You're running into random shit out in the middle of Tatooine. Random encounters. Okay, cool. It's an Ubisoft. It's a massive game. Perfect. This is what I'm looking for. Gun battles feel good. Not upgraded guns, right? I'm low level. Not upgraded guns feel like not upgraded guns should. It's tough. It's not easy. Some of the AI being stupid, of course there's some of that in there.
Okay.
But it's not, you get into a battle and you got 3 or 4 people that know you're there, you're going to have problems. You can't just go blast away. Like they're not stormtrooper aims. They're hitting you. They're hitting you from long range. You got to be watching your health bar. You got to be watching your shields. It's one of those things. I thought it was very well done, Steel. Ran some missions, ran some random stuff. Went and talked to a bunch of different sellers of stuff. There is a ton of different things to buy. It has an easy, the thing that really impressed me, quality of life stuff, Steel. It tells you in a very clear and concise manner, if you're looking for a specific upgrade to a specific thing, it will tell you clearly what you have and what you need, even when you're in a vendor slot, so you know how many you need to buy. Love that shit. Again, not the first game to do it, but when it's implemented correctly, like it is in this game, it makes that shit easy. I don't have to back out, look at how many I've got, double check against how many I can buy, blah, blah, blah. It's all right there. Love that shit. You could track it, it could tell you what you need, but there is tons of crafting materials to get. There's tons of shit to sell. There are secondary weapons that you can pick up off the dead bodies that are more powerful. Like I got some kind of like basically grenade launcher at one point that could carry to ammo. Your pistol does stun or it does kill. Like you've got all those options. You can up both sides. The stealth mechanic works as you would believe it would. You can sneak up on people, knock them out, etc. And it feels like Star Wars, which is one of the biggest things. It feels like you're in a Star Wars set movie and it feels good. As soon as this thing's on a massive sale, I think it's deep enough for me. But as soon as it goes, and there's rumors it's going to come to Game Pass as well. I'll be playing this game. And I seriously, just from my playthrough, there's a lot. This was one planet, Steel. This was one planet, one little area, running some missions, running a couple missions. I ran some side missions, ran into a bigger random encounter, and I failed it. I did get killed. You don't get a second chance at it. It goes away. Now, it might reappear somewhere else, but I didn't notice that. Yeah, I couldn't go back and retry it again. It was over. Shit, I lost out on those rewards. But that kind of sucks. But it was, I mean, again, challenging. So really liked what I played out of Star Wars Outlaws. Just here, again, understand the critiques. There is no doubt her character model is ugly as shit, and they really screwed up there. And again, the stealth may have been really bad, and some people might have had some steel you were talking about with the other mechanics that are involved. But overall, it's a massive developed game that feels like a massive Star Wars game with lots of little detail steal. Again, everywhere you look, there's lots of little things. You know how we things, the world, again, it's Tatooine, so it's not like it's like some big giant city. I didn't get to visit a big giant city, but when you're in places that are occupied, it feels like people live there, if you know what I mean. It feels lived in because of all the little details, right? And again, the speeder bike felt great. Blaster felt great. All the weapons felt great. Movement felt good. All that stuff. There's simple puzzles to solve to get into different doorways and that kind of stuff to keep you engaged that way. Nothing over the top, but obviously some, you need a power this door, blah, 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 to open up this door, that kind of stuff. I thought it was a very good game, like just from what I've experienced for the first 3 hours. So Star Wars Outlaws is on my radar yet again for when it goes into deep sale. I'll for sure. Yep.
Dope. We were having a little bit of that Jar Jar Binks talk in chat. But good shit that you've been able to at least touch on a little something this week. But we have a little bit of a Jar Jar Binks talk in chat because somebody was saying that they didn't like Jar Jar. I know if you had mentioned that too, it didn't do nothing for you. I like Jar Jar, but considering the time that it came out, again, 1, 2, and 3 did what it needed to solidify me as a Star Wars fan growing up. Right. I mean, sure. 4, 5, and 6. My mom put me through those, watching them on VHS, having the box set. I thought there was nothing cooler than that fucking box set. Again, that's what made my love for. That's where my love for Darth Vader came from. Was because of that. I thought he was the fucking coolest dude ever. Right. And knowing that 1, 2, and 3, even at that time, were like going to give me like the backstory of why Darth Vader the way that. That's why I will always be passionate about 1, 2, and 3, especially 3. Just because of that backstory and really learning that, oh shit, Anakin is Darth Vader, holy fuck, and the fucked up shit that happened and everything else. It just makes you think about stuff. But I was just, because I forgot when Phantom Menace came out, I didn't realize that shit came out in 99. I was 7 years old, so of course fucking Jar Jar Binks worked and all the other corny little stuff that they did at that time. When the second one came out, I was fucking 10 years old. And then when the third one came out, I was a fucking teen, a preteen, like 13. So of course that shit worked for me. Like it probably worked for y'all, when 4, 5, and 6 dropped. But back in the day when those came out in theaters and stuff for the first time. Outside of the fact that shit was just cool as fuck for the time. You know what I mean? They did a fucking lot. And that shit aged well. I don't care what nobody says. 4, 5, and 6, to this day, I can still watch and enjoy for what they were, even with like all the corny stuff where you could see certain stuff. Of course, but it don't bother me. That shit is still good. Fucking great, fantastic storytelling. But yeah, I mean, it was just I thought that was interesting, talking about Star Wars and everything. Yeah. And I had interest in Outlaws too. I haven't played it yet. Again, played is extremely full. I am one of those where I don't have to be a Jedi in every game. I would like to get some more Mandalorian style games. Like I'm really surprised that we haven't got more Boba Fett style games as an example.
Zero interest in Mandalorians. So. But
well, I mean, which is fair. I like the concept. I like the concept of because with the Mandalorian, or at least with Mandalore, you stick with the planet. You just stick with Mandalore as a concept. You being able to create your own bounty hunter and kind of deciding what path you want to take.
We just need an RPG where you can create your own character class. We just need
I agree.
RPG like Knights of the Old Republic where everybody can make whatever class they want to,
100%.
Play how they want to. Can you imagine nowadays
a modern day version of it?
DDPR doing Star Wars instead of Cyberpunk?
Oh, that would be insane.
You know what?
It'd be insane.
That's what I'm saying. Somebody needs to do it, and I don't know why it hasn't been done. I don't know why everybody's scared to do it. Anyway, so I'll go on another rant. Lord Roughness, you should definitely download. I
think he might be being funny because he sees the outfit.
He is. Of course he does. I know he is, but you should download it even for that. and go into photo mode. It's great. It's fantastic.
Hey, I've been having a fucking blast with photo mode. Y'all be seeing. Hopefully, go tell my timeline. Check your pictures out.
You're just the conservative Stellar Blade.
I am.
It's funny as hell. It's funny as hell.
I mean, apparently, it looks like because
it's hilarious.
Because the other outfits are cool. I mean, but even like the more like the bikini outfits and stuff, I didn't even buy those in my my first playthrough. Okay. That's just a me thing. I mean, of course, like the outfit that I got on screen, as y'all may see right now, I think this is probably the most revealing outfit that I've worn in the entire game.
So stupid.
I like the outfit. It's just.
Yeah,
again, it's just a thing that I do. And I've always been that way. I was that way before I had girls. I don't know. It's just the way that I look at it. I don't. Why would I want to play with a naked chick? I just don't.
No. And you know, I'm not. I don't care for completely nude shit. Like that just doesn't do anything for me. I like them.
Like bikinis and stuff like that.
Yeah. That stuff I enjoy hella. And again, all the character models in this game, it's phenomenal.
No, they're fucking great.
It's not, and again, it's so much more than a Gooner game. But it's true. They just made really beautiful characters.
Yeah, the fucking art style, the way that they went about stuff. There's fucking a lot of talent that went in there, a lot of passion that went in this stuff too. Like, and I mean that's actually a good springboard for what I was gonna get into, because I did see that conversation kind of happen again this week, where people are like, oh well, if people are saying that they enjoy Stellar Blade for anything outside of the main character, they're lying. It's like,
that's those are the conversations happening against Steel that I can't stand. Like again, yes, they leaned into the sex appeal. There's absolutely no doubt that a lot of us, including females, appreciate what they did for the beauty to the characters. Absolutely, you can say that's your first impression of the game, because none of us were playing the game when they first announced it. It's all visual and audio, obviously, when we first see games. So what's going to grab your attention? Of course, the models are going to grab your attention. Of course,
it always
that's
does.
going to be
in
a big
every
point.
game.
Of course,
it's a selling point for me.
And of course, there's a big group of people who are absolutely on the horn dog side, that's all they care about, is because of how the models. Absolutely. But there is a whole great game from the studio, from Shift Up,
especially coming from a mobile game to this,
and to say that everybody is playing it just to be a gooner is because there could be there's plenty of horrible games with good-looking characters that nobody sticks around to keep playing and never talk about. Stellar Blade has stayed in the conversation for a whole variety of reasons, including great gameplay. And again, that is at its core. It is a awesome game. And again, the fact that Steel can play on the harder difficulty and feel like he's getting the experience but you're getting the experience. Well, even out the gate, you were having.
I do have a critique. You can't play on hard from jump.
From out the gate, right? You have to beat it first. But what I'm saying is, you felt pretty good about where even in that difficulty before you got the hard one.
Oh yeah, normal difficulty. It was pretty good. Yeah, it wasn't bad. I still feel like it was easier than I would have liked, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. I think they did well.
My point being is that they made a game with difficulty levels that appeal to Steel, that Steel's getting the experience he wants, and they made a story mode. And again, it's a little in this game specifically, not every game, but in this game specifically, the story mode difficulty is a little misleading because it's not a walk in the park. Again, for somebody like me, it's going to be a walk in the park for somebody who is a soul, for somebody who likes.
Does it give you QTEs in story mode?
It does give you. You can turn those off though if you want to. You can turn those off if you want to, but I leave them on, of course.
Okay.
Because I like them. But again, it's not a walk in the park. If I'm not paying attention, I can still die. Like if I'm still fucking around and button mashing too much, I will pay a penalty because some of the enemies just don't care. They're going to come at you and they're going to hit you no matter what. So I still have to be careful. But I think it's cool that they created a game where the balance is good between those two sets, that I'm appreciating it as much as Steel is. Steel's getting the experience that he wants. And
Decado said, does Paul get auto-muted on language? So many silent pauses. He's looking like Andrew Dice Clay. I don't know. That was something that happened the week before as well. I don't know why it's doing that. We try to adjust. I don't know if it's Discord had an update. It is doing the mic monitoring shit again. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Yeah, it's not intentional. I don't think, and it's not a language thing. No. I think it's just the mic being funny.
I'm not swearing that much. I'm swearing. I swear that.
Hey, I would maybe if you get a chance, Pong, look in Discord, see if you can either turn off the mic monitor and then turn it up and see if it's doing that. It's not doing it super often. It seems more like certain words that come across a little lower. Yes, and maybe the mic needs to be a little bit closer. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I can't tell. It looks like your mic might be slightly off kilter. So maybe that's what I don't know.
It is how he's always.
Yeah,
so picking up something different from this. So again, that's one thing I do have to work on too.
I wonder if you make it completely sideways, if that would help it pick up more. Like if you make it straight, so that you're kind of speaking into the mic directly a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't know. We can certainly try it. Again, I really don't care.
We'll see.
I don't necessarily like the mic in front of my mouth, but we'll do it if it works better. That's for sure.
I mean, on my end, it doesn't look like it's in your mouth, so it looks like it's still at a good distance. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
The other thing too that I kind of do, because my mic is like this, where it kind of looks like it's in front of my mouth, but I have it tilted back, so it's like I'm talking into it like this. If that makes sense.
Well, input sensitivity was. It says automatically determine. Turned
off. Turn that off.
Okay, so now I've turned this off. So now you guys can let me know, because every time I speak, I'm in the green. So you guys let me know. If
you sound fine to me right now.
Okay, well I turned that
so far.
Off,
you sound good.
That was doing something. Noise suppression was on crisp.
Yeah, that's fine. Nothing else. Okay. You making that one change, I haven't noticed another kind of mute out thing.
All right, well we'll try it. Everybody let me know if it does. And again, I change my voice level so often too, which is also another problem. Depending on what I'm talking about and what I'm doing, but yeah, just let me know. But I just turned that off, so we'll try that.
I think that's what I think that's. I don't know. It sounds good. I think maybe that's what it was. Was that mic monitoring thing?
Oh, cool. Now I got a little sun flare from the light of the microphone. That's cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean a little bit.
Looks like I got loot.
You probably have to. You probably just got to turn the mic a little bit, turn it towards the screen. Anyway, not nothing to worry about right now.
Flash,
it's not going to blind. It's not going to blind the chat. It's fine. And it matches your bars when you talk, so that's cool.
Cool, perfect.
Decado says Delta Force got announced for consoles. Was that covered? No, we haven't covered a goddamn thing other than have a passionate ass conversation about the industry once again, and about potentialities of the future and how we look at things and how we think things are going to happen, whether things are PCs or not, which all that came off of the whole what's an Xbox and what's not an Xbox. That's where that whole conversation about came from.
Right.
It all stemmed from what's an Xbox. So, but no, so we hadn't talked about that. I don't think there's much to get into as far as that goes. I think as far as Delta Force, I am interested to try Delta Force because I heard it as a multiplayer game. It's pretty damn solid. Every time that I go look at it, it said it doesn't have controller support. And I think
that's what's going to be added.
Download it. I think I did download it and I tried to start the game. Like, bruh. I am probably the most frauded PC gamer that you guys will ever meet, because I consistently see people who are PC gamers, who are quote unquote PC gamers, say that, oh, if you use a controller, you're not a PC gamer. Okay. You know the only thing, I will literally not play a game if it does not have controller options. I literally won't. That is my old man tendency. If I have one, I am casual enough. I am a console gamer enough that I will use my controller for literally everything. You know, those times when I sat down and I've been debating on whether setting this up or not. There are some times when I'm like done doing work on the computer where I literally just want to be able to pick up my controller and just use that to move around my operating system, which you can. There's ways you can. I haven't set it up yet. But and it also ends up conflicting with shit. But I am console gamer enough where it's like, controller is 100% the way for me. I'm not playing mouse and keyboard. I'm not doing it. I'm good. Unless I'm getting to an RTS again. StarCraft 3 comes out, you might see me play little mouse and keyboard again. That's the only RTS right now that'll get me to come back for a little bit. And I'm scared if that ever happens. Because if I play StarCraft 3 and it's good, Lord Jesus, there goes my fucking gaming. There goes the gaming. I'm not going to be able to play nothing fucking else. I'll be knee deep in that shit. Mikado says, still went straight from wet behind the ears to old man boomer. Yeah, 100%. I don't care what people say. I don't care if people say, oh, you'll never be as good because you're not using mouse and I do not care. You know what I have to put on the onus? I put the onus on the devs to make the experience more even across the board. Like people were complaining about for Gears, because the Gears beta happened. I think that was actually, that was part of this last weekend. The second beta happened. We were able to get play King of the Hill, places they dropped some more maps and stuff like that. Felt fucking phenomenal. I'm not even gonna lie. It felt really good to play. King of the Hill was a fucking ton of fun. But people were complaining about that. Oh, these PC gamers, man, they can flick their mouse all over the place. They turn way faster, bro. It's a fucking problem. But people complain about fucking some aim assist. So you deliberately admit that PC players can just flick their mouse and turn way faster, but we have a problem with auto aim on controller. What are we talking about? You admit that you can be more consistent with mouse aiming, but auto aim is the problem. Or aim assist, not auto aim assist. I think that's ass backwards. I think that's weird to me. Crow says multiplayer is hard in StarCraft. I think multiplayer is hard in all RTSs. Multiplayer was hard in Age. Like, what the fuck? Age of Empires, you could get fucking bum rushed in the first 5 minutes if you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Every game's got a rush. Every game's got a rush.
Every RTS has a rush. If you don't know how to defend a rush, you're fucked.
You're done. That's why Halo Wars was the only game I got competitive in. Otherwise, I'll just play against AI. I love AI. I love building up my armies.
Yeah, because they take their time.
The only one.
It takes its time.
Halo Wars, though. No, Halo Wars. Halo Wars was king of the rush. Halo Wars 1 and 2 had infamous rushes. Yeah. I went to YouTube to learn how to counter rushes because everybody would use them. It's over with in under 5 minutes, Steel, in Halo.
Yeah, god damn.
But damn, once you got it figured, once you repelled the first rush, it's on. Then it's on.
Oh, now it's time to get to it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's time to get to it because then I had my build down and I watched YouTube videos. Halo Wars was the one I got competitive in. But yeah, man, StarCraft is highly competitive. That's why
RTSs are not. AI. That's the problem. That's the problem with RTSs as well. They're not casual friendly fucking games.
No, the learning curves are.
It's a fucking crazy. And there's so many different, it's literally like playing a chess game. Because there's so many things that you could fucking do. You could set up, bro, the thing about Age back in the day was if you survive that first rush, getting a second base set up to where your enemy could not see it if they didn't scout properly or just planning that out. And they think that they've beat you by pushing your first base. Because they were able to get to see that first, and then all of a sudden you have a fucking army come out of nowhere and attack their back line.
Yep,
that's what it was about. That shit was so fucking fun. But again, that's why I don't play RTSs. You want to talk about a game where you look up at the clock and time is gone?
Oh yeah, 4X strategy and RTSs will eat your day away. I love them.
Yeah, I love them too, but that's why I can't play them. Because it's like, I'm not, if I get into it, I'm not going to want to fucking play nothing else. And again, that's the only games that I will play mouse and keyboard with.
Just to keep you up to date, Steel, I got an hour, just so you know.
You got an hour? All right, gotcha.
I got an hour. Yep.
Well, the main thing we'll get into is we pretty much talked about Xbox being under fire. We threw Hellblade in there. The only thing we'll mainly talk about is the Stop Building Games thing, because that's been a main thing for this week. And I think it just complements what we've been consistent about saying here about game preservation. And I think I just think that we need to continue having that conversation. Since you've watched the videos and everything, I actually want to hear your opinions and thoughts, and then I'll add on to it as well. So shout the lore master Jasper tuning in from space. He says Age was so fun playing with the XUP family couple years ago. Yeah, I heard y'all had a fucking good time.
So good, bro. Good. So good.
Crow says, on this topic still, Warcraft Remastered 1 through 3 dropped in Game Pass. Yes, they did. I saw some people actually booting that up and dropping it in there. That was super dope.
I'm downloading.
And
I dropped into
3 does have reforged. If it's truly the way that it was back then, and I saw some people saying, oh, well, the GOG is the best version to play. Bro, I'll tell you what. If they got some tower defense modes, and if they still have the custom modes in there as it did back in the day, that's what made me fall in love with tower defense. Because they had fucking custom shit for TD. Bro, that's another thing. A good tower defense game? Oh, it's a wrap. That's my Vampire Survivor. I will play that for eons. A good tower defense game, and Warcraft 3 Reforged was phenomenal. The way that it used all the different towers and stuff from all the different factions, and the way that you were able to incorporate it, the endless amount of hordes that were getting sent at you, and you were playing against people. So it's like whoever was able to build the best kind of setup and last the longest. So fucking phenomenal. Tim says, live a split screen, play Kingdom Rush. The hell is Kingdom Rush? Is that a tower defense game?
Mm-hmm.
No, don't get me started. You get me in a good tower defense where I can create the maze and get stuff set up and all of that. You're gonna get me lost in the sauce.
I've seen that one before. I didn't realize it's 89 at Metacritic. Holy shit!
Oh shit!
For a tower defense, yo.
All right, that's another fucking niche, fucking type of game.
Those are huge on mobile though. Mobile really blew those up too because they were easy to make on mobile.
Yeah, but not like Clash of Clans. I don't like Clash of Clans kind of thing.
No. Yeah. No, I know what you're talking. No, but they had standard tower defense because it was very easy to do on there. They still do, but now they're all monetized as shit. But yeah, there's been plenty of tower defense games that were dope as fuck.
Kingdom Rush looks okay. That's not what I mean by that's not what I would want as tower defense though. I like the tower defenses where you can create your own route. Because how it was in Warcraft 3 Reforged for when you did the custom, how it was for the tower defense was they send you a horde of enemies, right? So level 1, you get like some basic ass enemies or whatever the case that come down. You have a lane and you have to create, because there's a tower or whatever that you got to defend. You have to create what we used to consider a maze to get these enemies to go through in order for you to kill them, because the enemies just get stronger after every round. So if you didn't create a proper maze, then you couldn't get the enemy. You couldn't kill the enemies fast enough. So what would end up happening is, like, let's say the first round, you in this one lane, they'd come down the middle. Sure, at first you probably set 1 or 2 towers down in the middle, so that you can make sure that you kill those enemies, but you were trying to get resources so you could start building your maze. And then you start off, you give them an entry point, you block off a part of the maze, and then boom, entry point. And then the strategy of it was not only it came down to who can manage the resources the best. What type of towers are you using? And things of that nature. So I like stuff like that. So, Lydian says, still, did you ever play Kunitsugami? It had an awesome take on tower defense and action fighting. No, Kunitsugami. Yeah, I talked about that here. Path of the Goddess is fucking outstanding. That game is amazing. I like how they incorporated it. Less tower defense more than anything, but I do like the blend that it does. I think it's really dope. Super dope. And they got an update coming. They got an update too. Kunitsugami is, I highly recommend Kunitsugami. Highly recommend. I think it's easy to get into, has a good amount of challenge there. I think you actually can play through it a second time to unlock like the true ending or whatever the case might be. I didn't just play it through the second time, but I had a lot of fun playing it through that first time. But anyway, what have I been playing?
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Real quick. I wanted to mention this because I always like to try to mention smaller games, right? You guys know me. I've finally played a demo of a game that I've had downloaded on Steam for a while. And I wanted to make mention of it. If anybody out there likes deck builders, okay? I'm not the biggest deck builder guy, but there are certain ones that I do really enjoy. But if you like deck builders and you like the old concept of being the dungeon creator where the good people walk in and your job is to kill them off, right? And to keep them out of your loot. Like, oh, there's been a billion games. Anyways, there's a game from an indie dev called Deck of Haunts on Steam. The demo's out. You can go play it.
Okay.
This is dope. You get to build out your dungeon and you want to keep them from the heart of your dungeon. Okay. And you get a certain amount of hit points. As they get to your heart, blah, 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 your hit points come down, but you're trying to go through rounds, right? Every round you get a new deck of cards, a new set of cards, right? Well, as these adventurers or these whatever people are walking in, and you get to set up the rooms, you get to add to the rooms because you gain points for defeating them as they enter your dungeon. So then you can expand out your dungeon, etc. You can set traps or specialty rooms you can set up, but the decks themselves is very cool because they have not only health bar, but they also have a fear bar, and it's a very dark game. It's a very dark, unsettling type game, but you're looking at it from a top-down view. Overview of all the dungeon rooms, right? As they walk in, you get to see them walking around and they talk and shit. And then you get to play your cards. And you could play like Phantom Scratch and you hurt their health. Or you can cast a mental thing on them that will hurt that will bring down their fear. And eventually they will go insane and they will quit. And that's the same as killing them, but you're earning points this whole entire time. And that helps you build out your dungeon further and further and further. And it gets harder and harder because obviously more adventurers come. The adventurers start coming with their own specialties to them. Sometimes they're a buff. Sometimes they're a debuff, depending on the character. So you have to pay attention to those as well. Go check out Deck of Haunts on Steam. The demo's out right now. Go check that out. I just wanted to shout that out because it was really dope. I played it. It was fun as fuck.
Yeah, that's super fun. That's super fucking fire.
Yeah. No. It's actually fully out now too on Steam, so it's $15.99. So if you got Steam, go check it out. Anyways, I just want to throw that out there.
All right. I was looking at this post for Where Winds Meet. Where Winds Meet has their final beta upcoming. It's another game that I've been kind of talking about off and on that I'd highly suggest to anybody who's interested in action style combat or just an action style game. It's supposed to also have some online components too. It's going to have PvP in it, but you could play it completely single player if you would like to. It has Souls like what is it called? Lock on. That's what I was going to say. It has Souls like lock on, how you engage the enemy and stuff like that. But it's not a Souls like at all. It's way more action oriented. Super over the top game. It's a game that I think is going to put the industry on notice. I think because of this game, it's why I looked at Ghost of Tsushima sideways when I played it. Because again, Ghost of Tsushima was another game I put over 20 hours in. And it was like, oh, this game is good, but I like what I'm getting here, but it just doesn't hit the way that I thought it would. Where Winds Meet is different. The interactivity within the world, what they're doing, I would say it's on the levels of Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom as far as like how the world interacts with the character, like the physics and everything. Like when you're doing moves, because they have that crouching tiger, hidden dragon feel with the over the top animation and stuff like that. But even greater than that, when you do moves and you're in tall blades of grass, you want to talk about physics. I don't know. And I think it's Unity. I could be off on that. I don't know what these devs are fucking doing, but the attention to detail to the world around you when you're doing stuff in it is uncalled for. Because you'll swing your blade and you'll be in a tall blade, it'll swish the entire fucking grass around you. Like in real motion, it'll flip back and everything. When you do those attacks, like Stellar Blade, she has some for Eve and Stellar Blade, she has attacks that that send blades out. Mm-hmm. When you do that in Where Winds Meet, literally the grass will fold underneath the whole trajectory of that of the projectiles and stuff that you send out. So it's super fucking dope. As far as like an artistic game,
right?
I can't think of any other game like that does it at the level I've seen from Where Winds Meet. I mean, I could be off base and just not exposed to it, but how people speak about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, how they're impressed by what those games have done. I think this one is of that level, is like on a different level, and I think it's gonna be an impressive game. You can make your own. You can create your own character. You can mix different martial art styles together. Like it's gonna be dope. It's going to be dope. Anyway, what have I been playing? Let's see. I'll throw Halo in there to start with. I jumped back into Halo Infinite for a little bit. Played some matches. I was playing their Halo 3 kind of throwback mode that they have in there. Essentially, it doesn't have sprint. Kind of plays like Halo did before all that stuff got put in there. And to be quite frank, I was talking with this about my brother the other day. Like when we were playing, because we ran a couple of matches together. You know, if the next Halo, and I don't think it's going to have it anyway because there's remaking Halo 1. But if the next Halo doesn't have sprint in it, I think I'd be okay. I'm impartial to the sprint. I don't really mind it one way or the other. I like sprint being there because it does make it more modern, but I don't necessarily, I could go without it as well. Now, the mode also doesn't let you clamber and stuff like that. And I think in today's time, when I jump to a ledge, I need to be able to grab the fucking ledge. Like I still would like that. But as far as running around and stuff, I think they adjust the speed too. So it feels like it's faster, but I felt like it was at a decent speed. Like it felt good to play. Like it was like having that throwback moment in time where you're like, oh shit, these games did play like this. Felt good. I liked it. I really can't argue either side right now. Like I know a lot of the traditional Halo folks are like, oh, they need to remove the sprinting and all that. And it's like, I can argue both sides. Cause then after I got done playing the Halo 3 playlist, I jumped into ranked as I do. Cause I have that problem here recently after I beat Stellar Blade. I was starting my New Game Plus playthrough and I'll get into that in a little bit more detail. But I've been on my PvP feeling, and I always do this. If I don't play PvP games for a while, it starts making me feel a way. Like I start like evaluating what's out here. What can I play right now where I can play against other players? It's a personal thing. I don't know what it is, but I could have all these games in my backlog. And I'll be like, oh, what PvP game do I want to play? I don't want to play Marvel Rivals. It's cool, but that's not what I'm trying to play right now. And my excitement for Mecha Break is like so off the roof. Like that's really what it is. Right now, I'm kind of stun locked because I really want to play Mecha Break. And again, that has PvP, that is multiplayer. So there is that. It just fits a lot of things that I want, right? A lot of things that I wish Armored Core would have leaned more into, Armored Core 6, which again, the game's still fucking phenomenal to me, but the way they could branch it out and take it a little bit more over the top, Mecha Break seems to be doing. But yeah, I mean, just to jump off of Halo, jumped into ranked, ended up getting diamond after not playing fucking Halo in quite some time, and then of course I get ranked diamond in the second game. After me hitting diamond, I run into the fucking sweatiest people. They don't miss. They're doing all the right moves. I have this thing where I don't know how it happens, but because I try to stay with my team, right? Because that's the thing in any PvP game. You try to play with your team, you find your lanes to try to get away from people. And somehow I always end up by my fucking self. I'll kill a person. I thought I was with my team, but then all of a sudden the team's on the other side of the map. And I'm like, bruh, y'all were just here. Or all of a sudden I'm getting shot in the back. It's like, what am I doing wrong? Like I had a time yesterday where I was literally sitting back I had a match where I had to sit back in my chair, put the controller down for a minute. So I was like, yo, what am I doing wrong? I do not understand. I'm with my team. I try to go to my team. I'll get shot in the back. I'm with my team. Somehow I get shot from above me. I get a couple kills. Then all of a sudden I'm getting macked on. Oh, now they're coming from the opposite spawn. Like, it's like, bro, I've been playing multiplayer games for a while. I feel like I know how to work a map. And it just further showed me that Halo still has that skill gap. And I'd like to see, again, it being more of a leveled out experience. I'm always going to argue for multiplayer games to have that more balanced out experience. I still think that Halo does it the best. Call of Duty still has all the attachments, all the extra shit. Battlefield does some of it, although I think Battlefield does it better as well, where it does feel more balanced. Like I could use one gun versus the other gun. You can still get some kills off. Sure, some guns are going to be better than others, but you can still make it work. And Call of Duty is kind of like, hey, if you're not using what the meta is right now, you're going to get smoked. Yeah, which I appreciate Halo for, and I've always appreciated Halo for, and even Gears, because you have your guns. Those guns are always going to be those guns. There's no mods, there's no attachments, there's nothing else that's going to make it any better than what it is. You just have to get better at the game. And I think that's what separates a good multiplayer game from like a bad one. So there's a little bit of Halo talk. I wanted to throw that in there, although I will throw a negative on there. It was taking me 5 minutes to find a match at one point. This morning, I was trying to run a couple matches, and I couldn't find nobody. I know that prompted me to look at the Steam charts to see how many people were playing. There was less than 1,000 people playing in that moment. And again, I know even with less than 1,000 people, I should at least be able to find a match. And it was just taking too damn long. And I'll say that is the new that is a Zoomer thing of me, and I think it's just more so a time thing more so than anything. If I gotta wait 3+ minutes for to find a match, bro, like it's just what am I doing? It's lame as fuck to me. Yeah, but that also tells me something. Again, I don't know if console players are just turning off crossplay and that's why the lobbies aren't there, or I wasn't finding matches quickly, but it's just crazy. It's crazy to think, man. You know, for a game that really does play well, was rated well when it released, it's crazy to see, you know, that fall off and how invested people are in other multiplayer games. It is what it is, competitive space. So I did want to put that on there. I did end up being Stellar Blade. So shout out to Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade is probably right now. I would definitely put it in. I don't know if it's in my top 10 games, but it's definitely high on the list of my games of all of character action games of all time for sure.
Okay. Just overall, I was gonna.
No, I don't know. I don't know if I would put it overall. I do feel very passionately about it because the music is fucking phenomenal. Paul, and you're just getting in, bro. When you go into these different areas, bro. The music is just phenomenal.
I knew for the MIDI when I went to the record player, and you could play it when you're sitting down, and you could just select the short selection I've got right there. Right? It's incredible. Yes. Again, there's a lot more to this game than people give it credit for.
The music is literally near levels of outstanding. Like this is one of those soundtracks that I low key, if I had a CD player, I would buy the CD for. The same thing for Nier. Like I would pop that in the disc tray and be bumping that almost to a level. It's like I would even get a record for this shit and hang it up on the wall or something. Like that's how good it is, bro. Like I mean, shout out to Expedition 33. That had good music as well. Beautiful. I do think Stellar Blade blows Expedition 33 out of the water music wise. For me, I appreciate Expedition 33.
The East Side say really you don't have hot takes. Steel's got hot takes. Trust me.
No, there's my hot take right there. I think that Stellar Blade's music is better than Expedition 33.
Blows it out of the water, not just better.
Okay, my fact blows it out of the water. It does. I think so. I spent time in Expedition 33, right? I've played that game for a good bit. I have openly admitted that I think the game, no matter what, and how I ended up feeling about the game, no matter what, I do think the game needs to be recognized for what it is. But again, these are both games that were made by smaller studios, right? Not the AAA that you would kind of expect. And to get this type of music quality from them, I think is just astronomical in itself, right? So again, to me, thing more than anything, I love the music of Stellar Blade. The action combat, I think, is also phenomenal. It is not Devil May Cry-esque. You can't juggle, you can't do all the other things, but it offers you enough challenge and pushback where you can't overpower the enemies because they're always going to retaliate. Like you can only do but so many action hits, and you unlock more to where you can kind of stun lock them if you good and you got a good rotation and you kind of, you know what you're doing. You can do some of that to some of the enemies and even the bosses you can. Mind you, you have to know what the rotations are, because if you're off, they will retaliate, and they do hit hard. But as far as it makes you feel moment to moment, Stellar Blade is a phenomenal experience. I'm glad that I also waited on this game. If I had a PlayStation, I might have played it day one. But again, I do think this is another good example of a game that is better later. So the game was so good, but by the time I got to the end of it, I didn't realize that I didn't have the Nikkei DLC or the Nier DLC. I didn't realize that. I did plump down the $17 to get that stuff though.
Oh, okay.
So now, I'm in my second playthrough. I'm going to get some of the cosmetics from the Nier cosmetics and some of the Nikkei cosmetics possibly. I'm going to get Eve looking good. And then I think what I'm going to do to wrap up Stellar Blade, because the one critique that I do have is that, well, it's a couple critiques. The critiques that I do have is that I couldn't play on hard mode from the very beginning.
Right.
That is a bother to me. I don't understand why that's the case when now playing through New Game Plus. It's not like Nier, to where when you go through New Game Plus, like shit's different. It's not the same game. It may seem like it at first, but Nier Automata is a game that you have to play 3 times to get what the game actually is, because you play as 3 different characters with 3 different perspectives who play very differently from each other.
Right.
Completely different from each other. There's some similarities, but they play very differently from each other. Because I didn't really look at anything that Stellar Blade had going on, I thought maybe because as you progress through the story, they hint at some things where I was like, oh, and they give you, and there's some choices that you make, not a whole lot, but there's like a few choices that you make that feel like, oh, if I make a different choice the next time, maybe it'll be different. Like that's how it made me feel the first time. Like in this, the gameplay that I have up for you guys today, this is me playing through New Game Plus. There's a decision that you make early on about going to Zion, right? Which the Matrix references in here, the Nier references in the damn game. It's just, it's phenomenal. It's just amazing. I can't glaze it enough. I just can't. And it plays into so many things that me as that young buck that came up with when a lot of that stuff was popular, who is more into the anime stuff as well. It just plays into a lot of the things. And it's just like, of course, Steel would like this. But anyway, this is a decision that you make early on about going to Zion, and you have one decision or the other decision. You can go, or you can choose, you can help or choose not to help. I chose the opposite choice the second time, and it's not a choice. You go regardless. I didn't like that. When I made that decision by itself, made me not want to continue my New Game Plus playthrough.
Sure.
Just because I thought it would do something different, because that's how it made me feel in the moment. Oh, if I don't help, because Eve is so in question with herself in that moment, you can tell that she's questioning things, or that something is off there. There's some realizations or whatever the case. And she would have a reason not to per se help, right?
Sure.
But just having a fake choice there, I think was a waste of time. I think if you
get it,
why? You just, I would have rathered you just, hey, if this is gonna be my choice, make my choice, especially for a New Game Plus. The choice is what it is. Now, I will say, when you get to the end of the game, there are choices that you can make, and there is a true ending as well. There's 3 endings that I know of. There's a true ending and 2 others. There is a choice that you can make at the end of the game to give you one of the 2 main endings that you may run into that does impact how the game ends, right? And who you fight and everything. That's cool, right? So I was kind of surprised to see that. and it not have something like that because that's what made me feel like that first choice I made was actually going to be impactful. Because when I beat the game, I did do a quick search and it was like, was there multiple endings? Because I felt like there was multiple endings to it. Now, the game didn't make me feel like that at any other point, right, outside of that first choice that I made, right? But I immediately looked up, I was like, hey, is there other endings? They were like, yeah, based on that choice that you make on the end, either this happened or this happens. I was like, okay, I didn't read too much further because I was like, I want to play through it. But, so that is cool. But I will be honest to say, I am that kind of guy. I already don't like playing games multiple times unless it is done in a way that's similar to Nier, where you're making changes that actually give you either different perspectives or change gameplay mechanics and stuff like that. Now the thing that is going to keep me is I want to complete the boss, kind of the boss rush mode, I guess you can call it, where essentially you fight all the bosses in the game. You can do it on either normal or hard. I want to do it on hard on the minimal preset. That's the other thing too, because I thought that I didn't realize that when you were doing the boss rush mode that there's a maximum, minimum, and then your story preset. Like you could just carry whatever you unlock through the game. Okay. Which doesn't quite make sense if you can do minimal or maximum. I could just do maximum and then fight with the character, because your character does cap out. You can only make your character but so strong. There's only but so many abilities in the game, right? Now it does unlock more abilities in your second playthrough. You do have more stuff to unlock, but if you play maximum, as far as the boss rush mode goes, they give you those abilities anyway. So it's kind of like, okay. It just it removes a reason to play the game again, right? At least for me, right? I know that might not be the case for everybody, but again, since I am that gamer that does not like to play through games twice, and I am also turned off by the fact that it's like, damn, seeing these other things makes me understand less why I couldn't play hard mode from the very beginning. It's like, damn, you should have just gave me that. I would have been perfectly fine with that. You know what I mean? Like, it just as an option, because I'm not seeing what else this is changing. So the thing that's going to keep me now is playing through the Nikkei content, because it has that stuff where you could shoot enemies and stuff, and apparently it's pretty decent. Has good enough content there to experience, and then going through the boss rush mode. And I think I'm gonna do it on the minimal preset for Eve, just to have a little bit of a challenge there. I don't know, we'll see. Depends on how I want to get through it. Depends on how that goes. I did want to record those fights as well. Maybe do some hitless runs, potentially work towards that if I was going to do anything, but that's going to be my end game, if anything, at this point. So right now, playing through New Game Plus so I can get to a meal, so I can unlock the additional cosmetics, get Eve looking kind of how I want Eve to look, because I don't even want all the additional, because I also found out apparently you're not unlocking additional cosmetics. Some of them do look slightly different, but most of them are just recolors. And then in New Game Plus, if you didn't unlock the cosmetic the first time, you're only getting, if you're finding it for the first time in New Game Plus, you're getting the first version. And you have no way of getting that second version unless you play the game again. Okay. Again, for me, it comes down to quality of life, right? And those are turnoffs for me. So I'm just going to get focused on Eve looking good. The other thing I will say, though, is that I might consider continuously progressing, because I do like the photo mode. But I do have Make or Break this right around the corner, right? And I'm about to go in my work week now. It's the weekend. I'm going to be completely fucking busy tomorrow, helping family move and stuff like that. So there's that. And then Monday it rolls into my work week, and I don't get to really do much during my work week, because most of the time I'm pretty damn drained, energy wise. And obviously. So we'll see how things go, but I am glad I was able to beat it. I'm really glad that I played through it. I'm extremely satisfied that the game ended up being what I hoped it was going to be, and it's a fucking phenomenal game. I give Stellar Blade a 9 out of 10 very easily. It's not even a question. There's some things that, again, I would like to see them improve on for the second game, but for this to be your floor, your ceiling is beyond space. And I can't wait to see
he talked about too, Steel, how much they cut out of the story. He talked
because they ran out of time. I can tell.
And you can tell. He thinks that the story is weak himself, and that they had much more.
Which is crazy to think. I can tell why he says that as well. Because there's a lot of things that they did focus on that you could tell took time. Story wise, I don't think it's terrible, right? No, I think does it feel? So far, and I don't think it's overly predictable, right? There's a twist that there's a twist that they apply at the end as well. That was like, oh shit, I knew there was something shady going on. I knew something was off, but I didn't expect that, right? And maybe it's just a me thing, but I like what they did with the story. I like how they presented it. I mean, again, the whole concept of man creating AI, then them working together with AI to then create essentially what you would consider the ultimate being, or Mother Sphere in this scenario, creating the perfect human, which are androids, which blurs in this game. They blur the lines even more because these androids are very human-like. They seemingly have a conscience. They seemingly question. There's very human-like things that are much more than just ones and zeros. Like in this, like if we ever got androids to this point, it would be hard to have a conversation with somebody and say that these aren't people. It would be extremely difficult to say that, they're just robots. It would be hard because, again, even in comparison to Nier, it's way more questionable here with how things are set up. Now, again, when you know the backstory about how everything kind of went down, it does make it somewhat clear. Right. But still, the fact that they're this advanced, the fact that they're as human, so much so that they feel like they are the humans, right? It's an interesting concept, man. Seeing us kind of try to force our own evolution, seeing the creator of the AI try to help humanity force evolution after us being considered that we were flawed humans, which again we are. Interesting, man. I like the concept of that stuff. Maybe it's a me thing. Other people are enjoying it as well. The game is sold really well coming to PC, and I can't wait to see what the second, if they do a second Stellar Blade, because they could maybe address some things depending on what ending or whatever.
Motion capture could be even better. So
it's going to be even more phenomenal. They're going to have more money back behind them
on next gen too. Steel.
Oh yeah, Jesus Christ! It's going to be astronomical, bro. Pretty. The combat's going to be even better. Like I can't imagine how much better this game, the second game, can be coming from.
Especially now they're going to be given. They're going to have the budget. They're going to have all the time in the world to do what they need to do. That's not going to be a problem this time around. Like this is it. Like I
think this is a good example of what we talk about all the time, as far as the smaller studios really stepping up to the plate and hitting it so much so to the point where it's hard for me to even comprehend the second game not being way better because of what they were working with here, right? Limited budget, limited time, whatever the case. So super dope, man. Shout out to Stellar Blade. Other than that, I mean, that's been the majority of all that I've played this week, Stellar Blade. I did play a little bit more Night Rain. My brother got one of the remembrances done. Night Rain is still, I would say, my game of the year. I can't consider Stellar Blade game of the year because it came out last year. I'm not doing that, bro. Yeah. Like, I get if you want to do that because it's on PC now, cool. But you can be only game of the year in the year that you first released. I don't think you get additional years after that. That's kind of corny to me. So that's neither here or there. But yeah, a little bit more Night Rain. I still think Night Rain is my current game of the year. It's probably the most fun that I've had overall in an experience, in just like a moment to moment. Again, I think that can easily change. When that may change more so depending on how good Mecha Break ends up being. Who knows? And I would have to really legitimately sit down with my choices. I would choose Night Rain over Expedition 33 personally. I get that there may not be enough separation from Elden Ring for people, but it is its own standalone game. You don't have to know anything from Elden Ring to play Night Rain. Has its own story and everything. So, hey, take that for what it is. But to me, it would be mine so far. But I would have to actually sit down and figure out what came out and what I would actually put on that list. But other than that, yeah, Mecha Break. That's been kind of what's had me stun locked, especially this week, because it's literally right around the corner. Being the Mecha fan, being the Gundam fan, being the just a robot guy, you know, the dudes in suits or people in suits.
It's called a fetish, Steel. It's called a fetish.
I guess you can consider it a fetish. The game speaks to me on many levels from what I played from the closed betas. Has me extremely excited. Matter of fact, that was part of the reason why I stopped playing the closed beta, because it already says enough that I played the beta the first time and then jumped into the second beta. I think for me that says a lot because I don't like doing that. Once you sold me on it, I don't need to see anymore. But seeing also the dev studio truly take the input from the community and say, yo, we're changing all these different things. Like they had mods and stuff. Cause that was one of the takeaways that I had the first time, that, hey, if you're going to give these mods and stuff that you unlock over time, I can see the 3v3 and the 6v6 modes kind of becoming unbalanced. If there's a new person that's coming in here and hasn't grinded for this stuff, they changed that. There's not going to be mods and stuff that you're going to equip to your mechs in those modes. The other thing too, is that they're allowing all the mechs to essentially be unlocked day one. That was something else that was different from the betas. You had to kind of play the game, earn currency to unlock other mechs. Again, they changed that. Now there will still be their newer mechs that they release that you will have to play the game to earn, but they're not so like astronomically different. They play different enough, but it seems more viable, I would say, more welcoming, easier for people to seem like it's going to be easier for people to jump into. And again, I want to put this out on Front Street because a lot of people always clamor for console exclusive games. Xbox fans, y'all want exclusives so goddamn bad. This game is literally console exclusive to Xbox. Yes, it's releasing on PC as well. And I see nobody who is an Xbox fan who runs with those narratives.
Type of game, Steel. This isn't that type of game, bro.
That's not a good excuse. Like, either you want exclusives or not.
Dude, you're a dude in suit guy, but not everybody is. And Mecha Break does not hit.
It's an Eastern game.
It does not hit that. It does not hit that salt. It doesn't. I knew the minute you said, I saw your post too on that one. I was laughing because I was like, you'd like to think so, Steel, but this game ain't it, man. Nobody's going to pull this out the console.
It's funny to me to see how people use it when they want to use it. You know what I mean? Like
certain games, like certain games, Steel. Certain games.
It was the same thing with Black Desert. I didn't see people over the moon that Black Desert was a console exclusive to Xbox for an entire year.
It was a monetized MMO that nobody, like oldies, those of us that enjoy those types of games played.
Y'all pick and choose. It's fun. It's fun. Again, it's like, bro, this is the lack of consistency that I'm talking about. What is the point of arguing?
You want more consistency in the console war, everybody. Oh my god.
Okay. I would like so. That would make the arguments better.
Rich to sell you, bro.
That would make the arguments better, man. It is. It is. But it also plays into what we talked about last week with people feeling weird just about Eastern style games overall. I think the same thing about Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers. It's coming into Game Pass at the end of the month, July 23rd or 24th. It's coming into Game Pass, and I think it's going to be another one that people overlook because of it being that Eastern flavor. And I think it's going to be a good game as well. I've been saying that since we saw the original trailer for it. So, bring a chat up here. That's essentially all I've been playing. How much time did you got Pong? You got like 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, 15, 20
minutes. 15?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll start ramping things down. I'll just get your opinion on the whole Stop Killing Games initiative, and then we'll go from that real quick. Yeah, Chat says Stellar Blade 2, more clothes. I hope there's more outfits. That'd be dope to see.
We need to play dress up more. I'm always for that.
Yeah, I like it. If you want to say it's weird, then I'm playing dress up with my characters. I think that's kind of what it should be. Bro. I don't know. I think it's cool. But I like cosmetics. I think me and Paul have talked about that enough.
Oh yeah.
Decado says Steel wants to bring those Japanese dudes over to build him a 2-scale Gundam in his backyard. Now I told you before, Decado. I said it here on Live Split Screen. If the military ever makes pilotable mechs, I better believe I'm signing up.
If Avatar becomes real, Steel's first in line, bro.
I'm just saying. Bro. I will be the best mech pilot that has ever existed. I will literally make Steel Rain come to fruition.
Steel will be 80 going, I got it. I still got it.
I still got
it. We'll be a coach. I've been training my whole life for this. Let's go.
But all right, Pacific Rim. Oh, don't get me started. That's right there. I'm ready. You telling me that I can jump into a rope? Me and Paul go out there. We're gonna go fight some kaiju. You goddamn right.
Linked with you though. I gotta be brain linked with you.
That'd be kind of. I don't know. You're gonna find out some dark secrets.
No, bro. That's the shit that always fucked with me. I'm like, dude, being brain linked, feeling what somebody else is feeling.
You gotta be in tandem, man. You gotta be in tandem.
Yeah, I know. Well, I know the reasons behind it. Obviously, I'm just like, I don't know, man. Anyways,
Cyber Gunter says Steel Rain's exclusive are cosmetics and robots.
Pretty much. If he ever makes a game, when AI finally gets to the point where we can start making games, Steel's just gonna be pumping those left and right, man. It's gonna man.
Cosmetics and robots. You can dress up your robot.
It's gonna be like the Hallmark Channel. Steel's just gonna have the play. It's gonna be the same playlist, just different cosmetics and different robots over and over again. That's gonna be his whole game lineup. That's all it's gonna be. Steel's robots and cosmetics. Robots and closets. That's what he's gonna call it. Robots and closets.
Robots and closets. Oh god, that sounds like something different. All right, know you're short on time, and I think this would be a good way to wrap it up because I'm probably gonna echo the same sentiments that you did. But Stop Killing Games has been a major initiative that has set the streets on fire this week. Again, this has been a topic that we have definitely discussed in the past as far as us having digital ownership rights and how we proceed with that going into the future. To set it up, I don't think necessarily the initiative is like everything is about it is 100% the way we should approach it, but I do think it at least opens the door wider than anything else has in recent years. This is coming from the whole initiative was started by a dude named Accursed Farms. You can check him out on YouTube, and essentially he's been trying to fight this for the last decade, 10 years, quite literally. He said he's put a lot of effort into it. He put time, money, and everything on the line for the sake of game preservation. And even he has admitted that it's not meant to be perfect, but because he's not the legislative dude, he's not this, I have all the information possible. He is just somebody who is trying to make the issue known so that we as consumers can get some digital rights. Right, or just rights for our games overall for this form of entertainment. It's been a big thing this week because Pirate Software, if people aren't familiar with him, he's another big YouTuber. Used to work for Blizzard. I felt like he was a solid dude before. There's been more questionable things. I thought he was misunderstood after the whole OnlyFans incident where people say that he roached out because of a raid thing. I felt like all that was kind of blown out of proportion. But now, after this most recent snafu, because he ended up bringing up Accursed Farms initiative on stream, and he essentially not only clowned dude for it, said that Accursed Farms could eat his ass, and anybody that supported the initiative could eat his ass, and he would remove the mask. I don't know what that meant, but that says a lot to me. Don't say certain words if you don't mean them. But he said, I'll remove the mask so you can eat my ass. I was like, dog. And he said some other off the wall shit that I was just like, bro, how you've kind of been demonstrating yourself as being like for the consumer about shit. Like you had some cool stuff going on, but it's like bro, you're not even understanding the overall perspective. Like, you're saying that it has to be an end all to be all kind of situation, or this dude needs to be 100% accurate about what he's trying to chase, instead of seeing the minutia of it. What made it worse for me is that I do think that Pirate Software, the way his take on it, and I think he did his take on it some time ago. I think it come to find out it was like a year ago or something like that, where he gave that take, or whichever the case. I do think that it put a significant halt on the movement. It didn't make the guy look stupid, or feel at least stupid. And to when you have an audience like Thor does, Pirate Software, I do think it put a bit of a hamper on it, or at least a lack of perspective, because there does seem to be a lack of understanding, a lack of willingness to have a conversation. Now, that's again pulls into what me and Pong mentioned earlier, about being able to look across the way and say, hey, let's come to a mutual understanding. He completely blew dude off. Didn't want to talk to dude, didn't want to get an understanding. I thought there was a prime opportunity to expose him to even more people. And Accursed Farms on YouTube, he has spoken to other outlets, right, about what is going on. I'm kind of also surprised. Again, it does feel like it was somewhat suppressed to me, in a lot of ways, that more people weren't speaking about this, especially in the gaming community. But Pong, for the sake of tidying things up and wanting to get your take and feelings on things, what was your takeaway this week from this whole Stop Killing Games initiative that seemingly, again, this has been going on for quite some time, but this week, I don't know if it was what specifically set it off to be such a conversation this week. And again, I can't recall how long ago. Maybe that response was much more recent. And
Asman covered it, so that
that's what it was. I did see that. But from your perspective, what have you taken in from this whole Stop Killing Games initiative? How do you feel, and what is your overall take on what has happened this week as far as that goes?
I got to be real, Steele. I really wasn't aware of this initiative, and I think that's part of the problem. Like, I knew there was stuff going on in Europe, right? And I've talked about this. We've talked about this in the past about what it was going to take, because we've had this direct conversation, and you know,
and real quick,
yeah,
real quick, because I want to set the stage, because I was gonna pull this up.
Go ahead.
If you guys aren't familiar, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. An increasing number of video games are sold effectively as goods with no stated expiration date, but designed to be completely unplayable as soon as support from the publisher ends. This practice is a form of planned why can't I fucking talk today? Obsolescence? Obsolence? Why can't I fucking talk today? I know that's not how I say that word. Anyway, it is not only detrimental to customers, but makes preservation effectively impossible. Furthermore, the legality of this practice is largely untested in many countries. So if you guys just want to get a baseline, it's a consumer movement and started to challenge the legality of publishers
in Europe,
games.
In the EU specifically. This is in the EU. For a variety of reasons, right? They wanted to get this presented before Parliament. They needed 1 million signatures. They are just over 500,000, which was still a pretty big W. However, right now it doesn't look like it's going to pass. It's not going to get enough signatures to actually be presented before the EU. But we've talked about this specifically about how far in the or how there basically is no digital rights for consumers at this point, Steele, especially in the video game space, that the governments around the world have ignored the fact that our content is now digital and just becoming almost nearly 100% digital as we go through the years here, and that we as consumers have been written out of the equation by the attorneys for the content creators, right? The attorneys for the video game, we'll just stick to video games, but this goes for music, this goes for movies, this goes for everything. The attorneys for all these big corporations have been able to run amok because no governments have questioned what they're doing. They have run amok creating TOS. We all know about TOS now. We all know how it used to be like a single page that used to be the back of the instruction manual way back in the day on a video game, to now scroll. Yes, I accept. Scroll. Yes, I accept. Scroll. And nobody reads the shit. Or even if you do, what are you going to do if you want to play the game? Right? You're going to accept it. And in there, basically, the lawyers have written out all of our rights as consumers to the product that we're purchasing. We have zero rights to the product we're purchasing. In fact, one of the ones that is brought up frequently is Blizzard's term of service, which says they can terminate for no valid reason.
Blizzard is the worst. Yeah.
They can terminate for it's literally in their TOS. They can terminate your rights to the game you purchased for no valid reason. Literally says that. Okay. This is because none of the governments have questioned it. Again, I'm for small government. You guys know this. I hate government interference, but there are certain things where the government is the best place to step in. And one of them is consumer rights in general. When we're talking about big ideas, like big, massive industries, like movies, movies, music, and video games, they have to step in and they have to come to an agreement because the government is the one that sets the definition of ownership and of IP, etc. Whether we like that or not, that's what happens. They have done none of this for the digital world. So we've talked about this a billion times, and I've said all along, Steel, this is one of the biggest fights that we should all be doing, is over our rights to the content. It has gone from we used to buy our games on a disc, and that game was fully on that disc. Yes, we couldn't get patches. Yes, we if it was a broken game, it was a broken game forever. But it didn't matter as long as that physical copy survived. And again, that's the other big, obviously, argument is that physical media doesn't survive forever. But let me tell you, I got a whole box full of Nintendo games that still play from 1984. Okay, 1980s. They still play. I still got CDs that people told me were going to not play after a while that play. I've got tapes. I still have tapes that play, even though people told me those were going to deteriorate after a certain amount of time. But the point of fact is that when we bought our games, we owned the game and we could do with what we wanted with that game. The lawyers have wiped all of that out since we've gone to the digital age. And actually starting even before the digital age really caught on because nobody questioned them. We have gotten to the point where we own nothing. We have a license. That's it. Everybody knows it. This is the talking point that we've all had. Our libraries can be gone in an instant. The big point about this, the big main game that brought this on was The Crew. This is what brought this all on. The Crew, Ubisoft Crew 1, for those of you who don't know, is shutting down. There is now a lawsuit against The Crew shutting down. Stop Killing Games is very complex because it's a very broad initiative. The problem that Pirate Software had with this is that he is a former developer or is a developer. He's got a small studio now. And he comes from the perspective of, this would make it impossible to make online games. This would make it impossible to make MMOs. This would make it impossible to do a bunch of things if you ever had these kind of broad arrangement that a game must be supported forever. But that's not what Stop Killing Games even says in there at all. What Stop Killing Games says is that it has to be allowed to have the consumer who owns it still be able to have, like, let's say in an online game, their own servers, right? We know a lot of games that have been offline that haven't gotten official support. Nothing in there says that it needs to be supported forever. We've talked about this, Steel. I said back in the day, I would never expect multiplayer games to ever be supported forever. Like that was never my thing. My big thing was single player games, right? Or games that had single player modes to them, but also had online modes. And when they shut down the servers, because it has to have an always online connection, that game is worthless. Even if you want to play single player, you can't play it because it's gone. Those were my big issues. Like I said, they should have a backdoor that allows them to obviously make it possible so the single player version can be played with bots or whatever forever. And that's your game. Not that they support it, not that they update it, but they allow you to play the game because you bought it. That's been my argument. But they did go further in this and said, no, people should be able to continue to have servers up and running, private servers that allow the games to be played if the consumer so wishes to choose to play that way. Not that this company has to continue to update, nothing like that. So again, there's a lot of arguments that can be made. But Pirate Software specifically was just in the mode, and I said, when you listen to him, if I didn't know better, I'm a big conspiracy theorist, right? I'd say that he was paid to run this interference by some of the bigger corporations. He sounds like a freaking shill. And again, I'm not taking away from his knowledge as a dev or whatever he's done in this industry. I'm not saying that. But he sounds like a complete shill because he offers no, like Steele was saying, he offers no explanations or no thinking outside the box about how you could go about doing this. It's just like, nope, we can't do this. The facts are the facts. We as consumers have had all our rights stripped to our digital properties. Specifically, we're talking about gaming. All our rights have been stripped away. This is a drastic situation. Drastic situations take drastic measures to fix. It's not going to be perfect, but when you've got a sickness or a disease that has spread and it is so bad, you don't go in and say, well, we're going to take a scalpel to this little one section and we're going to work that way. No, you got to do the whole body. And there's going to be some problems that are caused, but you got to do the whole body first. And then once you get it cleaned up enough, then you can go in and start repairing and start really getting into the nitty gritty and working on, okay, well, this needs to be kind of changed or whatever the case. That has to happen with this situation because the governments have ignored this for so long. So yes, I think there does need to be a dramatic situation. And if this were to ever get before the EU, if this were to ever pass, if this ever did get a chance or something like it did, and the companies out there, the publishers and devs, took a hiatus on creating MMOs or took a hiatus on creating always online games, then so be it. Then they got to take a hiatus until we get our rights straightened out, until we figure this shit out where we actually own, as a consumer, our expectations are when we lay down money and we buy something, we are still under the general expectations that we own something, not just a license, but that we own something, even digitally.
There can't be special scenarios like MMOs or live service games.
Correct.
Because I'm not expecting to own a free game.
No, right. But you have to make a broad generalization to fix what has currently happened because the attorneys have taken full advantage of nobody stepping in on them, as we all know attorneys will do. That's what they're paid to do for these companies. They are paid to do this. So of course they're going to step in and take everything away from us that they possibly can, to the point where Blizzard can say, we can just take it all away for no good reason. Okay, no, that is absolutely incorrect. And there absolutely needs to be a fight about this. And again, how I started the conversation was saying, I knew there was things brewing in the EU, but still I hadn't heard about this. And that was something that, what was his name that started? I apologize. I can't remember the guy who started
Accursed Farms.
Accursed Farms, thank you.
That's his channel.
Yeah, that's his channel. That's what Accursed Farms talked about, is that he's not good at doing this stuff. And he basically had to do it on his own because obviously he was paying this out of pocket to work on this, but he's not a good person at promoting. He's not a good person. And I was like listening to him like, yeah, dude, I hadn't really heard about this. Like I hadn't heard about, like, I can't believe you even got 500,000 signatures because I hadn't heard it spread to the video game. We haven't had a conversation about this specifically, this initiative specifically, but I recommend that everybody out here who does have concerns about this, some of you don't care and whatever, if they take away your library, they take away your library. And I totally get that. That's fine. I'm not expecting you to be an advocate or anything. But if you are interested in this topic and about what we are getting as consumers to digital rights, I would implore you to go check out Accursed Farms channel and listen to what he's saying, but go read the initiative through. Again, it is very broad and very general, but what Pirate Software was talking about, he was making up shit. He was flat out making up shit about what they were asking for, about the requirements they were going to have, like flat out, like not even close. Right. And it was like, holy bro, go look at the exact wording. Like it's there in black and white. That's not what they said at all. So I think though, Steele, my main point to this is this has been left to such a degree that with how the attorneys have gone about doing what they are paid to do and what the terms of the service look like now and what it means for us consumers, I would support drastic action like this, Steele, to start things off. I'm not going to sit here and say, well, you need to specify this. You need to, worry about what if they're going to continue to make games if we put this in there. No, I think that we need to nuke what's been going on to start out and then rebuild it responsibly
moving forward
with additional add-on, right? And then go back and then work through once the governments get into this process, once they do something like this and pass an initiative like this, that does make everybody sit up and take notice, that does gives rights back to the consumers, us, the gamers, that does do that, then go back and start reworking it specifically towards specific genres or situations or whatever the case may be, where it makes sense that you're not going to expect a big publisher or a small publisher to spend millions of dollars of keeping a game alive for the next 200 years. Like that's
we're not. That's not what people are asking for.
right, exactly. But I'm just saying, you nuke everything first, get the rights back to the consumer, and then go in and start getting very specific. Now, this one sounds like it's going to fail, Steel. It's going to take another group of people, another initiative to start. And again, this was just
he's got one more month.
EU.
And he's already got almost over 200K over the last couple of days, it looks like.
Okay, so he might get there.
It's sitting at 622,000 right now.
From my understanding, you have to be in the EU to sign this. If I'm incorrect, let me know. But you have to be in the EU.
Have to be in the EU.
Right. So this is a start, and it's got to be in the EU. So we're going to need more like this to get this to go through. Now, if the EU does do something, of course, I'm sure the other governments will sit up and take notice because it's going to affect companies in, like, let's say the US. It will affect companies here if they do get something like this done.
Yeah, but apparently Helldivers is one, because in Japan, they have consumer protections, certain consumer protections. And apparently, like the war bond, for an example, it's set up differently for Helldivers for people who are accessing it through Japan because of that.
Yeah, I hope something like this does happen. And again, Pirate Software, I had never heard of this guy. I started listening to him again. If I didn't know any better, I would say he was paid to run this interference because it was so blatantly obvious that it was lies. And he was coming from such a hard stance as a developer, saying this is just impossible. You're just never going to make this happen. You're just never going to do this. Bro, or
pointing out flaws and expecting for it to be perfect when the dude is literally, he's like, I'm not saying that this is exactly how things need to go. I'm just, it's a start. I'm trying to put it in front. Like there's a problem. We need to address the problem.
Right. And to completely hand wave it and say that they're like, to act like it's not really a problem. Like that's a hand wave. I was just like, yo, no. When I started watching the videos and listening to it, I was like, you got to be kidding me. So anyways, that's the initiative. Like I said, if you're interested in this stuff, I would highly recommend go read it. I had really zero clue, like the specific thing, stop killing. I didn't even know the name, Stop Killing Games. Until I started listening to it and started reading, and then Steel was sending me stuff, and then I was, kind of listening to it while I was at the gym and stuff, and I was picking up. I was like, holy shit, this guy has done like a ton of freaking work, pretty much by himself with some volunteers, but volunteers quit all the damn time because of course they're getting paid. And this guy's just been pushing this by himself, and he's not that good. Like he's not that good at pushing things. Like he was talking about, he never approached the big people in the industry. He had already assumed that people that could get the word out would just not do it. So he just didn't even go do it. I'm like, bro, when you got something like, you got to ask and 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 ask, get all the no's until you get that one freaking yes. That's all it takes, right? That's what you got to do in this situation. But good on him for admitting his weaknesses. He's like, this is why I wish I had more people around me that could pick up where I lack and could do this, but that wasn't the case. Nobody jumped on board with me, so I'm just doing this myself. I was like, well, I hats off, brother. Like, wow, like to get this far. So yeah, I would highly recommend go reading up on it and checking it out. But
checking it out on
Steel.
Yeah. I know you got to get ready to go and whatnot. Again, it's something that I do think needs to be considered. I think people need to continue to think about. Again, it's something that me and Paul are going to kind of continue to speak on because, again, that's something that we've been saying for years. If we're going to move into this digital future, I need ownership. Especially for single player games, or even I like the idea of creating an end of life plan.
Right.
Why is that not something that you guys are considering from the very beginning? Because you don't want us to have that. And if that's the case, then it just needs to be stated just straight up, because expecting gamers to read an entire EULA to know exactly what they have rights for or not, like, why does me as a gamer need to go get a lawyer to play a game? Like, for people to say, oh, well, this is already covered in the EULA, guys. Like, this is no big deal. Like, come on, dude. Like, come on, y'all. What are we talking about? Nobody has to get a lawyer to play video games. Like, that just shouldn't be the case.
Shouldn't be a thing.
This is about ownership, about things that you bought that you should be able to keep and hold on to, and that's why people support piracy, because piracy is true ownership. If you pirate a game, as an example, I'm not going to tell you to do it or not. You do whatever you want. But if you do pirate a game, you know what you can do 15 years from now? You can reinstall that file and play that game just as when you first downloaded it.
Right.
Shouldn't that be something that you support? Why don't the bigger companies give you that option? Why does a company like Blizzard, as an example, and I'm pretty sure others do it as well, put in their EULA that they can remove something with no reason? They don't have to give you a reason. They just take it. And this is supposed to be for the future. Again, like Pullman, we can apply it to other games later on, right? And see where it fits and where it doesn't. But this is more so to put the onus back on the publisher and say, yo, as consumers, we need rights.
And asking the devs and publishers to rethink how they develop a game to protect those rights down in the future. Why is it such kid gloves with publishers and developers? I've said this a billion times, so tired of it. Why is it such they're miracle workers. Hey, you guys are just lucky you get anything to fucking play. Get the fuck out of here. No, they're producing a product that we are paying money for. If it comes down that we get more protections and they have to rethink about their development and how they're going to develop the game to make sure that they can cover those rights if they choose to pull the plug on servers, or if they decide that they're no longer going to support the game, or if there's a time expiration that comes around, or if the game just fails and they got to cut it short, to sit there and say, oh, we shouldn't put that on them, they just can't do it. Bullshit. Bullshit. That's like saying a game can't be made nowadays for under $200 million. Bullshit. Redo your pipelines, figure it the fuck out. That's what I get really upset is, oh, the devs just can't do it. It's not feasible. You're asking them to do things.
You're not even trying to consider.
You're not a dev. You don't understand the coding that's involved in that. There's just no way they could ever do it. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Doesn't it sound crazy? Doesn't it sound crazy to somebody as a gamer when you hear that there's not an end of life plan for a product that you bought?
Right.
Why? Like, I just don't see how people are okay realizing that something can be taken, especially digitally, because again, I mean, sure, there are some discs that release that you can always play if you never update. But I want to be able to access my content years later if I choose to. So, Paul, I know you got to go. Want to wrap things up? Wrap things up. Go ahead and get let the beautiful people know where they can find you, man. And again, what another fantastic episode that we had.
Crazy episode today. Like how we started, like it was nuts, man. Love it though, because I love this. That's what we do. And I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation. Again, unplanned conversations about topics that we had no idea we're going to talk about, or whatever the case may be. And I'm sorry I have to cut this show short.
No, you're good. I mean, we've already.
So, but yeah, I know we're at 4.5 hours, but which is nuts because I didn't
even feel like that.
We covered one specific topic that we were going to do. That's it. Anyways, love you all. It's been a freaking fantastic Saturday. Again, Steele, thank you for all that you do behind the scenes to make this go. I needed this, especially today. Again, I won't get into it. It's just one of those things. Real life happens. And, but I don't want to get upset right now, and everybody's got shit going on anyway. So I'm just going to get out of here. But, love you all for being here. Love the conversations. Love the interactions in the beginning of the show, as we always do, and how chat gets involved here. Again, that's what we've always wanted. You guys know how to find me, Pong Soul everywhere. So follow me and I'll follow you back. Keep your eyes and ears open. PTK Blam is stirring somewhere. So you might be hearing about the Shot podcast coming back on Sunday nights in the near future. So just keep your eyes and ears open. Not tomorrow, but maybe next week, maybe. So there's some hints. So we will keep your eyes and ears open for that. Otherwise, Fun Speculation crew is back. A little bit different. One show a week on the Fun Speculation channel. Thursday nights is the place. So it's no longer really PM in the PM, although I will be there for sure every Thursday night. Mav will be there for sure. But the rest of the family, like Steele popped in out of the blue halfway through the show and joined us last week. Whoever in the family is available will be popping in on Thursday nights as well for the Fun Spec show on Thursday nights. And we do it at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. So it's good to be back, man. It's good to have Mav back. So again, we'll come on through Thursday nights. We're going to have lots of fun over there. And then, of course, God willing, back here next Saturday with this man right here, the one and only Steel Rain, for another episode of The Living Split Screen. So appreciate you all. It's a golden age of gaming out there, people. So please get out there. Play what you love what you play, and have a wonderful rest of your weekend and a great start to your week. And we'll talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, Brody.
If you got a dip, you can. Ladies and gentlemen, you can find me everywhere. Steel Rain, that T is a 7. Just type it into Google. It's the easiest place to find me. Other than that, Living Split Screen. Hopefully, we're going to have more content coming down the line. Again, didn't get as many clips today as I would have liked. I was thinking to myself last night before I went to sleep, I'm probably going to have like 30 clips today. And easily we could have had that today. I didn't expect for things to go the way that it had today, get the conversation to go the way that it has. I'm not the perfect multitasker, man. So it is what it is. I'm human. But nonetheless, I'll probably try to shift through some of the content that we did do today and try to see what I can create out of it, go back and listen through, which again, since I don't have much else going on right now, that'd be something that I'll do and consider. But right now, every day, expect something from Living Split Screen. I got stuff scheduled out. After figuring that stuff out, that seems to be a blessing if I figure out a way to keep up with it and stay ahead. Who knows? Maybe I'll get 6 months ahead and you guys will see content way beyond. I don't know. I'm just talking stuff. But anyway, if you want to find me, again, Steel Rain, T is a 7, everywhere, Xbox included. You want to get some gaming in, Mecha Break is right around the corner. Multiplayer game. It is going to be console exclusive to Xbox, and it's releasing on PC. It's a Mecha style game, team-based game. If you're into Marvel Rivals and stuff like that, think something like that, but definitely more movement stuff that can happen. So, check that out. I might do some streams for that this week, although it is my work week. So we'll see what I'm going to get into. Real life stuff happening behind the scenes as well for me. So, hey, we'll see. Hopefully I'll get some time into it. If not, there'll be stuff coming along the lines of that. So with that, next week, Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time, Living Split Screen, non-console centric, talking about everything, mostly everything that's going on within the gaming industry. Take that RTS approach. We believe in that ECP, RTS real-time strategy, ECP being educated consumer perspective. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to wish y'all a fantastic rest of your Saturday. Be safe out there and try to love on one another if you can. And with that, y'all be safe.
Two things, Steel. Two things. Tim the Sorcerer, member for 23 months. Hey, awesome show as always. Have a great weekend. You too, Tim the Sorcerer. Thank you for that. And then MF, great coming through, says great show. Thanks, gentlemen. Have a great weekend. You as well, MF, great. Member for 15 months. The Horde of Wars. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Have a good one. We're out of here.
All right, y'all. Much love. Y'all be safe.